We should be live, in fact, if I'm not mistaken.
We are live. We're looking for a game to capture.
Yes, that worked earlier, and now it was giving me trouble, but it looks like it's still working.
Okay, there we go.
Yes, we have our lovely title screen here, and we're capturing the cursor, which I don't want, so let me quickly modify that.
Well, now it says Dragon Warrior, right? I
Yes.
thought we were playing Dragon Quest.
Oh, you know what? I've forgotten multiple things. I also have not changed the stream title and stuff, but yes, I was going to comment on that, of course. It does, in fact, say that we are playing Dragon Warrior and not Dragon Quest, and apparently the reason for this is that at the time of this game's release, the name Dragon Quest was actually copyrighted in North America by a tabletop gaming company called Simulations Publications Incorporated, which made the Dragon Quest completely unrelated Dragon Quest tabletop RPG, which was apparently at the time a response to Dungeons and Dragons.
Okay. I never heard of it, so I guess it wasn't particularly successful.
Yeah.
In fact, D&D or whoever owned them, I don't know if it was Wizards of the Coast at the time, but they were incredibly litigious when they first got bought by like a big company, and so they may have actually just killed every other game that was even closely related.
Well, that was apparently the reason why this game was titled this way at the time, was that there was concern that it would be, they'd suffer litigation in America for titling it this way. Of course, it was called Dragon Quest in Japan, though, and always has been. It is in transliterated English, so in Japanese you pronounce it like Doragon Questo.
Okay, yeah, very good.
Yes, as opposed to a direct, like literal traditional Japanese translation, which I think would look more like Ryu no Tankyu.
Okay.
But I could be wrong about that because I actually just had to translate those individual words myself.
Sure. And our guest Hybrid just joined.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Hey, glad to be here.
Yeah. Yes. Good to have you. I never heard your voice before, but so we are live, and Xdeath was just talking about the reason why the game is called Dragon Warrior and not Dragon Quest for copyright issues at the time.
Now, Hybrid, you're a big fan of these Dragon Quest games. Am I not wrong?
The later ones, more than the earlier ones.
I was gonna say, for God's sake, why? But yes, we'll get into that.
Well, this whole thing is you were thinking during the Mother playthrough. It's like, man, you think this is boring? Check out Dragon Quest 1.
Yes.
So
we should be finally getting this ready. I'll put up a Discord stream for you guys if I can.
Sure.
Oh, you know what? That's going to be an issue too. That's going to take a second too. I just realized because it doesn't recognize, Discord doesn't recognize that the emulator I'm using it as a game. So I'll have to go tell it to. I'll have to go manually tell it to do so.
Sure. All right. Well, it sounds like you're both Dragon Quest fans to some extent. So I'll just sit here and you guys can talk about the series.
Yes. I don't know if I would describe myself as a Dragon Quest fan. Well, maybe we should start with this. At the very end of the Mother 3 stream, when we said we would do this game next, or I would do this game next, I said at the time that I'd been complaining too much about these games, and actually this is a good series.
Sure, okay.
I take that back. I've played a few of them. I've played a few more of them since then. I've gone back and tried 1 or 2 of the games again since then to prepare for this, and I remembered why I felt so frustrated each time I referred to Dragon Quest. Although, yes, to be fair, I am also speaking mostly about the older ones and not the modern ones, which mitigates some of the issues I have a little bit, but not all of them. I just find that basically the biggest problem with them, in my opinion, is that they ruthlessly waste the player's time. So things like the amount of experience you get from battles compared to how much it takes to level up, and also like just the encounter design itself can be very poor in general, I would say. I should say I played the first...
It was made for a different time, so it's not surprising.
Yes, definitely, especially in the first game. Let me see. Authorized apps.
Did you cut out, or am I disconnected?
I don't know. Maybe I was just trying to speak, but not speaking clearly enough that it picked up.
Maybe you cut off at the very end of that sentence. But...
Okay.
Just making sure. Yeah, I mean that was something we brought up hybrid during Mother, right? Mother 1, like I can definitely respect the game for its time, but Mother 2 and 3 improved on it so much. But it sounds like, at least according to Xdeath, that at least the first few Dragon Quest games didn't improve significantly on the formula.
Well, to be fair, not much of the games improved it anyway.
Okay.
So I can understand his frustration.
Sure.
Yeah, I think an issue with Dragon Quest, or at least a characteristic of this series, is that it's kind of resistant to change over time. It's very very traditionalist would be a diplomatic way of putting it.
Sure.
But that does mean that some of the problems that were present even in the very first one kind of remain an issue even until the modern ones.
Gotcha.
So some of the issues that I have with encounter design and like pacing are still present in Dragon Quest VIII, for example, which came out in the 2000s, whereas this game came out in 1996. It says 19.
Yeah, that's the problem I have with VIII too. Too much experience.
Yeah.
Is 98 the like US release or
88? Sorry, is the US release. Oh yeah, it says 98. I don't know why.
Okay.
In 1986 in Japan.
Ah, got it. Interesting. All right. Maybe this version is a later version or something. I don't know. Wow, 80s. Okay, I was gonna say 96. That's like games were around that time. So, but 86. Okay, fair enough.
If it was 96, you'd be comparing it with games like Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger. But in this case, this game predates Mother 1 by 3 years and predates Final Fantasy 1 by 1 year.
Okay, I'm glad you're here to tell me what games came out in 96, because I was gonna say like Doom 2.
Yeah,
that's all I know.
Well, Final Fantasy 6 and Chrono Trigger were both 1995, but
okay. Oh yeah.
96 it would be Super Mario 64, but I don't know like about what the most notable JRPGs of that year were.
Well, and speaking of notable JRPGs, it's really interesting. I guess I'm not a JRPG fan, but I've heard of games like Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy, Secret of Mana. I don't think I've ever heard of Dragon Quest. I don't know if that's my fault that I missed it, or if it's just not that popular of a series. I don't know.
Well, it's a very national difference where Dragon Quest is incredibly popular and a huge phenomenon in Japan.
Okay.
But it is not really such a big deal in America. In the games where
it was only with 11 that it became really popular.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. In comparison to Final Fantasy, for example, Dragon Quest was much less popular in North America for a long time.
Okay.
Like the game still came out, but they didn't sell all that well and weren't like the same big deal. I have some notes about like how big of a deal the games were in Japan. I mean, but maybe we'll get to those slightly later.
Yeah, no worries.
I finally figured out how to add an app on Discord, so we can start up a Discord stream for you too, and we can finally.
Oh yeah, I forgot that's what you were doing.
Actual game. Yes, I have to do it so rarely that I've completely forgot how it's done. But okay, yes, we're booting up the game now. You'll be able to listen to the lovely 8-bit chiptune music, and we'll be starting our new game.
Let me crank that up. Somehow. Why am I'm not streaming? You're streaming. Oh, that was weird. Okay. Watch stream. Oh, I must have hit stream instead of watch stream. There's the music. Beautiful. Okay. Nice and cheery.
Yes. The king here is just telling us about how we're the chosen one and we have to stop somebody called the Dragon Lord.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
That's basically it. And we'll get introduced to the game's wonderful interface where, as you can see, we have 8 different verbs in the menu. So search and take are 2 different things. We can search the floor, which will tell us that there's a treasure box there. Very useful command. But we have to use the take command to actually get it.
I mean, that's not that's like adventure game type. You can look or you can touch or whatever. Yeah.
Yes, this game is like, well, this is one of the things we should be getting into as well. This is credited for being possibly the very first JRPG, and certainly the game that like provided the template from which almost all future JRPGs were made. Although it is, of course, not the very first like video game RPG in general. Ultima and Wizardry both predated by like 5 years. They came out in 1981.
Okay.
And there was
Yeah.
another game.
That's a little too much of a history lesson.
Well, that's what I like to get into with TNP. Yes. It's really the only
Definitely.
reason to play this game anymore. To spoil my opinion a little bit, is the historical context it provides.
Sure. Well, we had a similar opinion with Mother 1, and
Yes.
from what you've told me, that's a better game. So, but you're a Mother fanboy, so we can't trust you.
We even have to have a little command to climb stairs in this game. Just walking onto them won't do.
No.
All of this stuff was done away with by the time of even Dragon Quest II, really.
Okay. Interesting.
Only the game was better overall.
Yeah. Well, I think Dragon Quest II is actually even worse than this game overall.
Oh,
But
jeez.
that's mainly because, like, it doesn't have as much of an excuse of being so old, even though it's only a year older.
Yeah, I was thinking if I had to guess your reasoning before you said it.
Yes.
I mean, when did 2 come out? Like how many
Next.
years after?
One,
Okay.
1987.
Okay.
And it had...
Because yeah.
Well, a characteristic we'll see in this game is that we only have one party member and we can only fight one enemy at a time for the entire game. Dragon Quest.
Oh, okay.
So Final Fantasy 1 and Mother 1, of course, you can get multiple party members and fight multiple enemies, and Dragon Quest 3 also has that. There are 3 party members in that game.
Okay.
And so that's one of the problems that then gets introduced in Dragon Quest 2, is that it starts to have very bad encounter design, and it is actually a very cruel game towards the end. So for example, one of the very last dungeons is filled with invisible pitfalls that send you all the way back to the start.
That's great.
Yeah. They have no marking on them whatsoever of any kind. And then there are very, very limited ways of reviving characters until you get to a certain level. And enemies will just have random instant kill attacks. And this isn't even like Mother 1, where there was the Franklin badge that would prevent instant kill attacks or anything like that. It is just purely random and fucks you over. And there is even an enemy in one of the final areas who has a low chance to cast a spell that just straight up instant kills your entire party. So, it's very delightful.
That's great.
Yes.
I love game design.
Yeah,
That's really funny to hear about stuff like that and just feel like what were they thinking? Like, who thought that was fun? Because now obviously, games have been around for a while. People know some basic design rules, but even then, do you need a rule to tell you not to do that?
Yeah.
Did they play test their own game? I don't know.
Yes.
Well, if it made it into the game, they had to have play tested it.
I guess. But they were like, "Yep, this is working as intended. You can just lose here. It's fine."
Yeah. So it's quite brutal, really, Dragon Quest II. It was funny because I had heard fans of the series talking about the games, and they had said Dragon Quest II was the worst one. I didn't really understand why. It was considered worse than Dragon Quest 1 because I had played part of Dragon Quest 2 and all of Dragon Quest 1.
Yeah.
And so I was like, it adds the aspect of target selection, which helps make more of a modicum of strategy in it, and you have the differentiated player characters and a little more of a story and stuff. But then I got to those last areas where that type of bullshit starts happening. I was like, okay, now I see why this is the bad one.
Yeah. Fair enough.
And Dragon Quest 3, which is the one that I think really cemented the series as a household name in Japan. It is a big improvement. It has character customization and stuff in it, and you
Dragon Warrior 1 Mecho. Sorry to interrupt. I just saw his post.
Yes.
What? Oh, Final. Okay, yeah. Dragon Quest 1, also known as Dragon Warrior 1.
Yes. The very first JRPG, according to some. Oh yes.
Yeah.
To get back into my history lesson, there was also a game for the Atari that was American called Dragon Stomper, which actually looks very, very similar to this game, and came out in 1982. Very, very similar, except even lower tech. It was made. Your main character is only a single pixel and all that stuff, kind of like the game Adventure. If you've ever seen footage of that.
Yeah. Okay. Huh.
Yes.
And when did you say that one came out? Dragon Stomper?
1982, I think.
82. Okay. So.
Yes.
All right.
This game, I don't know if the developers of this game ever played that one, though. This game was directed by Yuji Hori, who had previously made a game called The Portopia Serial Murder Case, which I also checked out. It is basically just a prehistoric version of Phoenix Wright, I think is a good way to think about it.
Okay, interesting.
And he's also the scenario writer and lead designer for every Dragon Quest game to this day. But he did admit to having taken influence from both Wizardry and Ultima when designing this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we just saw the combat. I kind of just mashed attack to kill that red slime, which gave me 1 experience, and I'll be doing that for like the next 20 minutes to get ready for the first area. So,
Are the slimes like the iconic enemy here? Because I remember you posted a picture, I think, and I was like, oh, I know that character or whatever. I've seen that before.
The slimes are sort of the mascot of the Dragon Quest franchise and appear consistently throughout each game.
Okay.
So you could think of them as analogous to the chocobos or something like that from Final Fantasy, which are one of the few recurring elements between all the games, or the Mr. Saturns, I guess, from the Mother series, although they weren't in the first one.
But nobody remembers the first, so...
Yes, it doesn't count.
Interesting. Does the game... I should have said... Hybrid started off... You started off as loud, and I adjusted you in Discord, and you got quieter, but Mecha says you're loud in Discord, so XDeath, you might want to turn him down. Okay. Or loud in the stream.
Yeah, I was noticing that he was a little loud. I'll
put him on like 80 or 90, I think.
Yeah, I'll turn him down a little. I've also turned the like desktop audio down in general, because it seems like both of you were getting a bit high looking at the bars.
Okay.
But yes, so I guess a good way to describe how this game was designed is that it came out back in an age where the overall size of like game development was so small that you couldn't really make a game that would last very, very long if you just like played it straight through really easily. So the way that most NES games kind of extended their playtime was through difficulty.
Sure.
Whereas this game kind of used grinding instead, I'm afraid.
Okay.
So this is where it all began.
Yeah.
It is. But in grinding, I mean, now, like, I guess I mentioned JRPGs being grindy, which you kind of disagreed with, that the good ones aren't, or at least like Final Fantasy VII, I think we were talking about. But I think, like, Japanese or, like, Asian games in general, I think, like, MMOs, at least, I'm thinking of, are known for being grindy, or grindier, or like what we would consider grindy in you know, compared to, like, Western RPGs. So.
Yeah. Well, I was going to get into that. I think, well, I think, like, that was the design philosophy behind this game at the time, right?
Sure.
And I think today, and even not very long after this game came out, the design ideal switched, in my opinion at least, to you should design the encounters and the amount of experience that you get such to make it that if you just sort of play the game naturally without grinding, you'll be at a level where any battle that you encounter at any given time is like challenging enough that you can lose it, but also definitely beatable with good strategy. So for me, games like Mother 2 for the most part, Mother 3, Final Fantasy VII, just to name a couple, Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy IX, any of those games are all quite successful at that, whereas Dragon Quest, I don't think even recognizes that as being the goal at all, and will consciously design itself so that you'll have to stop and grind like every couple of hours, even into the later games.
Interesting, okay.
And then, yeah, there are just some encounters in each Dragon Quest game that I've played that are very, very annoying. Like Dragon Quest 3, for example, fairly early on, you can encounter a group of like 4 or 5 butterflies, each of which has the ability to blind all of your party members with one move. So, which, like, just like in Final Fantasy, vastly reduces the chances of landing a physical attack. So it's very likely when you run into that group of 4 of them that they will cast that spell at least once, and then you'll go through the rest of the battle with all your guys blind, which just means you miss over and over again for the whole rest of the fight, and it takes forever. And then even a little later on from that, you can run into like groups of 4 or 5 of a mushroom enemy that has an AoE sleep spell. So it's very, very easy to get stun locked by those guys and just destroyed, even though like without that, they'd be equally as threatening or less threatening compared to all the other enemies in the area. So it's just kind of like, it's very RNG, it kind of feels like, where you have to just sort of pray you don't run into that particular encounter.
Sure.
And then if you do, you have to run and hope you get away and hope you don't get stun locked and killed. So I would consider that to reflect poor design overall. Like most other RPGs I play don't have anything like that in it. And I would even think it would be okay if you could, like, you know, wear a piece of equipment to prevent sleep or something like that, but there aren't any options like that in Dragon Quest 3, at least not in the early game when those enemies show up.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, like you said, other JRPGs have kind of improved on the Dragon Quest formula, but if Dragon Quest is, like, so popular in Japan, I guess they don't really have a reason to change anything. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's probably what's going on.
For me, having played the old games, it's sort of difficult to understand why it's so popular, but I think it's kind of a part of it just sort of that it was very innovative at the time and came at the right time to hit the public consciousness. Like Dragon Quest III, when it first came out, the idea of having like a class system in an RPG was pretty new, and being able to change classes partway through the game and stuff like that. So it was I think that was part of the reason why it was very popular in Japan at the time, and then by the time it got localized and came out in North America, people had a chance to play other games that had done that, so it felt less revolutionary, and that kind of created like a trickle down effect where it wasn't as popular in North America just from then on. Yes, like the way I would think about these games really is that the best way to experience them is to mute them and like just grind away while you listen to a podcast or something like that, which is in fact why I asked for podcast recommendations on AFT the other day, was I thought I would be playing some Dragon Quest, so I figured I'd need some podcasts to help get through it.
Did you end up checking any of them out?
Just Cum Town, Meko's recommendation.
How was it?
I couldn't really get into it from what I listened to, but I'll go back and give it another shot. I only listened to like 10 minutes of it. It was like stonery sounding guys just kind of giggling about nothing, and I couldn't really get in on the humor of what they were talking about.
That's fair. Yeah, I think I've talked about it before here. The last podcast on the left is similar. I'd say check it out, but if you don't like the humor, then that's most of the podcast. So
Sure.
Yeah, I think I've heard of Cum Town, but I've never tried it. Well,
yeah, like I say, I'll give it another shot because I only listened to a few minutes of it, and it might even just
another shot, huh?
That episode. Yes. That's another shot for Cum Town. Yes. So, like some of the stuff I was just describing, I would say is less prevalent in the later games, but like you can still see it. So, for example, Dragon Quest IV, I remember later on in the game you can run into like a group of, again, 4 or 5 of one enemy that does very little damage to you, but has a spell that like can revive and fully heal all of its enemies. So they just, every time you kill one, the other ones will just keep reviving it over and over again. You have to do it, and you're just basically stuck there doing it until they all run out of magic points, and you win and fight through that. So it's just kind of silly. That's what I mean when I say that the games like to ruthlessly waste your time when they use encounters like that just serve to really draw out the process of a fight, and then the amount of experience you get compared to levels as well is very low.
You gotcha. Okay. Meko just joined, so welcome, Meko. And you heard us talking shit about Cum Town, so you came in here.
Yes.
Yeah, I came to protest.
Yeah, I think you said you had never played any of the Dragon Quest series of games, right, Meko?
Yeah, this is a great introduction.
I was gonna say, is this riveting gameplay changing your mind?
Yes.
So about how long would you say this game is, Xdeath?
It's hard to say, honestly. I think it's probably 10 hours or less, but I remember it feeling really long. So I've actually heard of people completing the whole game in one session, but I will admit that I had to sort of like make it a daily chore. Like I would set down a moment in my schedule to play like an hour of Dragon Quest each day or something until I finally finished it.
Yeah.
So, yes, most of the experience really is grinding in the style of this that we see. And so it kind of has a similar structure to something like the original Zelda, where the game is technically very, very open. There are no story flags or anything like that, but what limits your like the area you can explore at any given time is the random encounters. So if you're not high enough level to deal with the battles in a certain area, you'll just get creamed before you can reach there, and that's what limits your progress. Whereas Zelda limits it more organically through just like difficulty compared to how many power-ups you have and stuff like that. That came out a year later as well, and that's one of the NES games that I feel like is kind of worth going back to even today. Zelda 1, I mean, and it's generally a much better game than this. And I also like the first Final Fantasy a lot better than this game. If I'm opining on different Japanese games myself. Yeah, so my goal... Oh, actually, I was going to say my goal for now is to get to level 3, but then I realized I already am at level 3, so I zoned out a little bit.
What level do you need to be at to win?
I'm gonna go for 3 for this first goal. So the first goal that we're doing is to go into a nearby cave and find proof of our like divine ancestry or heroic ancestry, I guess.
Okay, sure. It's important.
Yes. I forget what that does.
Maybe not that important.
Yes, I had meant to play the game to like prepare for the stream, so I wouldn't get stuck wandering around too much. But it's so boring that I couldn't bring myself to do so.
Sure, I can't blame you. I never do that, as you are, I'm sure, aware. So
yeah. Yes, now that we're a little leveled up, I'll risk walking to the north here. If we die, we just lose EXP, so it's our gold. I mean, so it's not a huge deal.
And save scum?
You can, yeah. I would do it with save states if I were going to do it, though. You may notice that the game is written in Ye Olde English. I have no idea if it was anything like this in Japanese, or if this was just original.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, that's something I've never been exposed to, is like how, if other languages do the same Ye Olde English thing that English does. But okay, yes, we're in this dungeon now, and you can see that we have an incredibly limited field of vision. In fact, only 1 pixel. If we use a disposable torch, we can increase it to like a small square around us.
Okay.
Which is much better. Trying to feel your way around without any vision sucks. There are multiple dungeons in the game like this. So we'll see.
That's an interesting mechanic. Again, I can't say it looks fun, but at least the torch should do more. Like, the idea of having to use a torch to see is kind of cool. The torch still kind of does nothing. So.
Well, it is actually a fairly substantial difference compared to having no field of vision.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I suppose if you compare it.
But yeah, I think there's also a light spell later on in the game that does the same thing as a torch, and it might even have a wider radius. I'm not sure. I can't remember. But luckily, this dungeon, the reason I can come here at such a low level is that it has no random encounters in it, and all we need to find is this one chest.
Okay.
So this has a tablet in it, and the tablet is from our ancestor Erdrick, who tells us about 3 items we need to reach the Isle of Dragons to the south. He doesn't tell us what the 3 items are, but apparently they are have been entrusted to safekeepers somewhere around the world. So yes. I don't have the tablet in my inventory either, so I think that was just to tell us that lore. I don't think it actually serves any gameplay purpose whatsoever to go do this.
See.
Yes, I will say I have played this game once before, and it was only a year or 2 ago or something. But I guess I don't remember very well.
Sure. Doesn't sound like there's all that much to remember, so fair enough.
So I don't even remember what I'm supposed to do next, strictly speaking. I know that the answer in practical terms is grind more, but what the goal of that grinding is, I'm not sure.
Right.
I don't think I used the guide too much when I originally played it. I just kind of explored and poked around and saw how far I could get and went back. And all that process. But I'll go talk to the king now and save. Just in case some kind of disaster occurs. Yes. Okay. So yes, I guess I could talk about my feelings towards like this larger series a little bit. That was something I kind of wanted to get into. Because I've gone back and played the various different Dragon Quests games at different times for different reasons. But some of them have intrigued me for one reason or another, but I've always kind of ended up being disappointed by them, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
For example, Dragon Quest IV, we talked about this before, but it has a chapter-based structure where you play as a series of different characters before you eventually get the main character, which also, of course, was a major inspiration on Mother 3's structure. And so I thought that idea seemed interesting and stuff, but again, in practice, it was just kind of a very grindy and tepid game. There's one chapter in particular that I was especially disappointed by, where you play as a merchant, and you have to like earn money and capital to build your business and stuff. But in practice, the way that happens is you just grind against monsters until they drop broadswords, and then you flog those off for a very long time until you finally make enough money and the chapter mercifully ends.
Oh, great.
Yes. It's an older game, so it was a very early attempt at that kind of like mercantile gameplay, but also a poor execution, I guess I'd say. Let's see. And Dragon Quest V has an idea that I think is really cool, and that's why if we play more of these games, that's going to be one of the ones I do. Where it sort of spans the entire life of your hero. So it starts out when you're a very little kid, sort of being escorted by his dad, and by the end you've grown up and gotten married and had your own kids. So I like that idea, but once again, it just kind of, in practice, was a game full of grinding and tedium, and sort of slightly tepid like aesthetic and story delivery and everything.
Sure.
I did not finish that one either, I should say. I finished Dragon Quest IV and Dragon Quest I, and I've started some of the other games and gotten to various points. So I got very close to the end of Dragon Quest II before getting so frustrated with how bullshit it was that I stopped playing.
How many are there now? I know Hybrid likes 11.
Yes, 11 mainline ones. Yeah, the 10th one is an MMO, similar to Final Fantasy's.
Oh yeah, I remember you mentioned that.
Naming system. Yes. I don't think it has an American release either, the 10th one, I mean. I think it's a Japan exclusive MMO.
Damn.
Yes, I saw Donkey's review of Dragon Quest XI, and he sort of like cited some of the same problems with it taking too long to level up and everything in that game. But
okay, I'm gonna see that.
There's never really an option to speed up battles though, so that helps.
Oh, that's nice. Yes, that is good. It's my kind of game where you can skip the battles.
Yes, well, Hybrid, you played Dragon Quest XI. You said you really liked it, so what made you like it so much?
Yeah, what's your problem?
Well, unlike most JRPGs, it had a good pace to it. You know how some games they send you off here and there to kind of extend the story in a way. Sure. It was a game that was respectful of your time.
Okay. Yeah, I know what you mean. Or like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it didn't have all this tedium to it. You go to a dungeon, you go do your thing, you get out. Rinse and repeat, grinding here and there, and before you know it, that was the end of the game.
Okay. And so you felt that was like sort of in contrast to a lot of other JRPGs?
Have you played Rogue Galaxy before?
I have not, no. Is that one really bad for it?
It's a game where if you don't keep up with your levels, you're screwed.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's kind of my opinion too, is if an RPG forces you to stop and grind a lot, then that just reflects bad design in that game.
I mean, I still love it to death. I still play it anytime, but it's not the kind of thing you just drop in, play a few minutes, and then drop out.
Sure. Well, I don't mind the time commitment, but when you're just kind of stuck playing really repetitive and boring gameplay like grinding in an RPG, that gets on my nerves, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, like what we're doing right now in Dragon Quest.
Yes.
Yeah, I just thought I was going to lead that into Final Fantasy 14.
Yes. That is how I felt about FF14 for the most part, but again, I understand it gets much better later, according to the opinions of most, so...
You can have the attention span for it.
Yeah, and the money to pay the subscription until you get to that point.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think I'm...
It seems Meko has those things in spades.
No, I don't have money. I'm really homeless.
Yeah, his girlfriend's a prolific furry artist and pays for all his games.
That's why he's looking for work, so he can continue his addiction.
Exactly.
I was gonna mention similar, like I have similar feelings about games wasting your time. Even I'll talk. Oh, actually, have you beaten Dragon Age Origins?
If not,
I won't. Well, I don't care about you. I'm just kidding.
Oh no, I'm still playing through it.
Okay, now I won't talk about it too much. But there are parts there. Oh, sorry,
no, you can go ahead. I've beaten it a few times, a lot over the years. Just getting back into it, really.
He's replaying it, yes. I thought that was right. I was like, I'm sure he's beaten Dragon Age. He talks about it all the time.
I thought he just loved the small bit of it he had played. But like parts of that, like the Dwarf City, it's really cool. Like, don't get me wrong, but like it drags on. It's like, what am I doing here? You know, that kind of thing. So like, it's all good gameplay and even the story is good, but it does feel like there are parts of that game where it's like, I just want to get back to the main quest. Like, what the fuck am I doing here? You know, that kind of thing. So I understand that.
It's kind of a conundrum, really, because I like the aesthetic of it all.
Yeah.
Just I don't like going through it.
Yeah. Yep.
What were you going to say?
I was just going to point out that Mr. A says he doesn't like games that waste his time, but yet he plays a lot of League of Legends, and you know.
League of Legends is action-packed the whole time. Like, it may be a waste of time, but you never feel like it's like, what am I doing? Can I get back to the main gameplay? Like, it's always the main gameplay. But that is something I did like about Heroes of the Storm, where it's basically all team fights all the time. So if you're looking for that kind of thing where there's no like farming phase or anything like that, I mean, there are other options, but I wouldn't say League does a bad job of that.
Yeah. Some people find the farming and objective controls parts of League boring, but I don't mind them too much, personally.
Yeah, that's definitely, I don't have that issue.
I think that's the part that gives you time to plan out attacks. So I think with Heroes of the Storm, it's just being constant fighting. I don't know if that would...
I mean, it's not like constant, but it is just like pretty consistently a brawl and people ganking each other, and you kind of have to be moving around the map constantly to attack and defend lanes. It's different. I'm not going to say it's better or worse, and maybe the way I describe it, like if you think about that in League, it doesn't sound good, but I'd say in HOTS it works quite well. But I will say, like, going back to HOTS after getting back into League, I do enjoy it quite a bit less. I find that League overall, I enjoy the gameplay more. Now, I don't know if I've changed or if I just need a 6-year long or however long fucking break from League of Legends, but who knows?
Yes, you can say.
I mean, it's quite impressive that League it's been based on that successful show that they've done called Arcane. I can't believe they made a game out of that show.
Yes.
Yes.
Maybe we shouldn't get you started on Arcane, Mecco.
Speaking of Arcane.
Yes.
Go ahead. No, I heard it's good. I like you coming in here and making the same joke that you made in Discord about League of Legends being based off it. I'm sure you come up with that one too.
I think it was Xdev that made that joke.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, that sounds like something I'd say.
It sounds like something
typical for you to get, like, yeah, exactly, mixing those two up, Rame.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah. What's I gonna talk about? I don't know. League's fine. That's all. You know what would be interesting is if actually they like branched out even more and released, and they have been. They started releasing like games in that universe that are apparently not bad. What's that one that came out like just recently? I don't know. But no, the game that just came out.
Yeah, I will confess I've been like really not paying attention to the like expanded universe of League of Legends, so I couldn't tell you either.
Nah, yeah. I mean, I just saw it on Steam. I don't even, like I said, I don't even remember the name.
I
know what you're thinking. It's that I saw someone playing it earlier. It's based on that fucking. I can't remember the fucking character's called. Viego.
Yeah. The whatever. Shit. I thought I had the name and I lost it.
Probably called like Ruined King or something.
Yeah, the Ruined Blade or something. I was thinking Taken King, but that's the Destiny expansion pack. It's not that.
The Something King.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw someone on my Steam list playing it today, and I thought that League of Legends had come to Steam, and I was really surprised.
Yeah, I was also like, what is this? Oh, the Ruined King. Yeah, something like that.
Yes.
But yeah, and apparently that was something they announced forever ago, and then like gave up on it, and they just like surprise released it with no fanfare, and everyone's like, oh, okay, cool.
Oh yes.
But apparently it's decent. I don't know.
Yes, there was a Ruined King RPG. I think it was in development for a while, so I didn't know that it had come out though.
I like it.
Ruined King, a League of Legends story.
Yep,
Very positive.
It. Yeah, like apparently it's good, and everyone was like, oh, they actually made it.
Nice. I have played Legends of Runeterra, which I do think is competently made for what it's going for. It just has all the same problems of other collectible card
Oh,
games.
no, card game, yeah.
Yeah, where
Yeah, I remember you talked about how much you love Teemo in that game.
Yes. It can be a bit difficult to get into because of almost the cost of admission, and also it has a very solid meta of only a few really good decks that outclass all the other ones, which is what ended up making me not want to play it anymore. Very shortly after I had started.
That's how they all work. Like basically they try to hook you in a certain amount of time to where like by the time it gets really shitty, you can't stop. But if that doesn't work, then yeah, you kind of just okay, I'm done.
Yeah. Well, Hearthstone was really quite bad for that for a while. I remember the last time I played like a substantial amount of Hearthstone, there was this deck called the Cube Lock, where the Warlock would use this card called the Carnivorous Cube that would like eat one of its own monsters, and then when it died, it would make 2 copies of that monster. And then they could like successively eat their Carnivorous Cube with another cube, and then destroy that one and spit out 2. That would spit out 2 of the original monster. And so that deck was like way fucking better than every other deck that I saw or could possibly afford. So it was just quite obnoxious that the meta completely revolved around that.
Definitely.
And apparently, people who have played Hearthstone like all consistently agree now that it's become like way too RNG focused, where they'll have like super crazy random effects that like are so powerful you have to use them, but are also just obnoxiously random. Like I know there's one card that you can play that literally just randomly throws fireballs at random targets until the game ends. That's a card in Hearthstone now. So
cool.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like much fun to win or lose based on to me. Oh,
yeah.
We're seeing, if you turn your attention to the game, you'll see a wonderful feature that we're encountering now, where NPCs will randomly move around the map, and they can sometimes block you. So if I want to go into this shop, I have to just wait for this guy to move out of the way now.
That's that's been a problem in games for a while, in certain games. So
yes, this may be one of the very earliest games in which it was a problem, but
probably the very first game it appeared in.
Possibly.
So good. I'd be curious if there were games that weren't technically like. Is this the first game of this style? Like, I guess Zelda. I mean, I don't know when the first Zelda came out.
The first Zelda came out a year after this game.
Okay, so because like, I guess how would you define? You said this is probably the first JRPG. How would you define JRPG? Like, does it have all the basic elements of it, or is it like really the first game in this style? Or are there other games that are like similar to this but not quite are JRPGs? That's what I'm asking.
Well, there are, like I said before, there are a couple of Western games, like Ultimate, especially Dragon Stomper, that do quite closely resemble this game.
Sure.
But as far as I know, this is actually the first one to be made in Japan, and the first one that sort of has this style, I guess. The way I would define JRPG is like turn-based combat and text-heavy story for the most part, and talking to people by walking up to them and pressing A probably would be like the 3 main components of that, although I guess that's tricky now because a lot of like Tales of Symphonia does not have turn-based combat, and that is clearly a JRPG. So,
sure, I guess
so the game has to be made in Japan. You have to level up from experience in combat is a primary portion of your development, I guess. Okay.
Even it needs a colorful cast of characters too.
Yeah, and like probably usually dialogue heavy, I would say, is one of the defining traits of the JRPG. Although.
Sure.
Again, I guess each of those could be debated, but those are some of the common elements, I guess. That's sort of the like purported historical significance of this game, is that like basically what you're seeing here is the bare bones basis of what later JRPGs would build upon and base themselves off of. So like for example, Mother 1 was very definitely inspired by this game. Shigesato Itoi admitted to that.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, so I've gotten strong enough that I can go into a new town. That's my progress so far. It sells some nice equipment that I can't get in the base town, although it's all way too expensive for me to afford right now. Yes, and we've seen about 3 or 4 different monsters so far. This leads us into another commonly known fact, of course, about this series of games, which is that all the creature and character designs are done by Akira Toriyama, the artist behind Dragon Ball.
Okay. This guy likes his dragons.
Yes. He was also on the staff for Chrono Trigger, of course, along with Mr. What's his name? Our director. It was Yuji Hori, our director and scenario writer for the Dragon Quest series. I think was just the scenario writer on Chrono Trigger. Probably why Chrono Trigger has much better pacing and overall design compared to a Dragon Quest game, because this guy wasn't working on it. But yes, in relation to Akira Toriyama's work, I wanted to show off some artwork. If you'll turn your attention to the Discord or the stream, the actual Twitch stream rather than the Discord
Okay.
one.
Yes, I will turn my attention.
I have some images, some artwork from the Dragon Quest series to show off for a second, so I'll minimize this.
434 again.
Yes. Well, we've got
You started it.
so first we've got this one. This is my avatar on Discord right now, of course. I'm not sure if this is by Toriyama or not, but this is sort of like a chibi artwork of the Dragon Quest game. Whereas you contrast it with this one. These are both of the hero of the Dragon Quest 1, and this one has the princess in it as well. This is most definitely an Akira Toriyama.
Oh yeah, I can tell.
Yes,
Glance.
the character designs are very similar to what you'd see in Dragon Ball Z, for example.
The faces are very. I mean,
shoes especially.
Yeah, the shoes. That's right. Yeah.
Yes. And there's this one. This is very famous in Japan. I think that this is the Dragon Quest 1 hero in like a combat pose from behind. This almost looks like it would have inspired Pokemon, the way you see your Pokemon from behind when you're playing as them. It's kind of reminiscent of this. And then this one's from Dragon Quest 2. This is the hero of Dragon Quest 2 with the wind cape that he can use to jump off certain cliffs or something like that, which I think is very cute. So the observation I wanted to share in relation to these artworks is that this one, the like definitively Toriyama one, is my least favorite of them all, and I find the like more chibi artwork to be more appealing personally. So
yeah, that's fair.
That maybe it makes me think of how Meko talked before about how he's not really a super big fan of Toriyama's artwork. And at first, when I first heard that, I was like, I'm not sure I agree. But then when I looked at that piece of Dragon Quest art, I was like, maybe I do agree, actually. Yes.
Yeah, his art style is more of an acquired taste.
Well, it's one of the, I guess, defining traits of Dragon Quest as a series, and it may serve to explain part of the appeal the series has had over in Japan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could be, definitely.
But, yes. Sort of an interesting point of comparison is that Final Fantasy also hired like a very particular artist whose name I should know, but is escaping me at the time, to do all the monster designs.
Yoshitaka Amano?
Yes, that's the one. Yoshitaka Amano. Who is also, similar to Toriyama, been very consistently like the artist behind all the Final Fantasy games. But his artwork is much less like designed for immediate popular appeal, I guess I'd say. It's actually quite weird and like almost surreal and creepy at times. He directed an animated movie called Angel's Egg that I know is like has a reputation for being very strange and abstract and difficult to understand. Which is
so like an Evangelion.
Well, I think a lot more abstract than Evangelion. Although that has its moments. I think Evangelion is really psychological and then gets a little bit fucking crazy at certain points. I think Angel's Egg
Especially at the end.
Yeah. Angel's Egg is consistently completely crazy all the way through from what I've heard.
Sure. Okay.
But yes, so I was gonna make the observation, I guess, to the Final Fantasy fanboy argument that Amano is sort of a more inspired choice for the main artist than Toriyama, who's more of like a popular appeal type of artist. But I've
always found Amano's art style to be more minimalist.
Minimalist, yeah, in some ways. I think that's definitely his storytelling approach as displayed in Angel's Egg. Whereas Toriyama's stuff is more like cutesy and has a kind of like immediate, almost accessible appeal to it. Amano's can be like almost off-putting to some people because it's kind of weird and out there. It is observable though that like the concept art that he draws tends to get modified quite a bit before, like, compared to what you see in the actual games. They can be quite a digression from what Amano originally drew, I mean.
I particularly really like Amano's art. I think it stands out. It's one of those arts where you can. I mean, same goes with the Dragon Ball Z artwork, but I mean, Amano, I think you can instantly just go, that's Amano's artwork without getting confused for anything else.
Yeah. I think Toriyama's artwork is definitely very distinct once you know it, but if you weren't like too initiated into anime, I can see you mistaking it for like other mainstream anime art styles, like the Pokemon art style, for example. If you didn't know super well, but Amano's, like, it would be impossible to mistake those two for one another. It's a very distinct thing.
And Pokemon, I think, uses a different art style now.
Yeah, I know the anime definitely has changed art styles over time. I think the animation has gotten cheaper by most accounts, but maybe that's just a Pokemon boomer opinion.
I'd agree with you there. Ash just looks weird.
Yeah, I haven't actually watched it in years and years, so I've only seen like a few clips here and there of the new art style and all that. So I'm mostly just going by other people's complaints, I guess.
I haven't watched an episode of the Sun series, and wow, that took me for a surprise.
Yeah, you didn't like the artwork?
No, not at all.
We lost someone?
Yeah, Mr. A just left.
Oh shit.
He didn't like us bitching about.
We talked about Pokemon and that outraged him. Well, yes. Yeah. So how much of a Pokemon anime fan are you, Hybrid? I will say that I only really watched the anime when I was very young. That was how I first got into the franchise before I ever had the games. But I don't think I've really watched the series since like maybe the Ruby and Sapphire series.
Yeah, that's about when I stopped too. I watched a little Diamond and Pearl in the beginning, but I stopped after the Battle Frontier anime ended.
I know I watched some of the Diamond and Pearl one because I can remember my brother and I like singing the theme song for that one and making fun of it.
I remember Brock joining the group, and that's the last one I watched.
Okay. I guess around the same time as me then, yeah.
Also when I stopped playing Pokemon for a few years.
Yeah, actually, my experience is quite similar. I missed out on X and Y. That was like the generation I skipped. And then I did buy Sun and Moon, so I played those ones again. So I guess it was kind of just a timing thing with X and Y where I wasn't buying games at the time or something.
Yeah, I skipped 4 and 5 too. It took me a few years before I got X.
Oh, okay. So is this your first time playing Diamond and Pearl with the new remakes then? Or did you play the DS version like later on?
I played the DS emulator version like in 2012. It's about a few years after the game first came out.
Yes, I got that one back when it was new. That was a tail end of my like biggest Pokemon playing years, I guess. I remember not liking it as much, but I think like with
spent more of my time with the Gen 2 remakes.
Oh yeah. Yes, I played that not too long ago. I enjoyed it. I remember always liking Gold and Silver.
It's still my favorite games. Not that I ever played again, but
yeah, I think my favorite generation is Ruby and Sapphire, but just because that was the one that was current when I was like in school playing Pokemon with my friends and stuff, so I have the most nostalgic attachment to it.
Yeah. The reason why I play the remakes of it so much.
Welcome back, Mr. A.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I guess my internet, it's good now. I don't know what that was, but hello.
Right. No worries, you just missed Mr. Hybrid and I talking about Pokemon, which I know you would
I noticed.
Much to contribute to.
It's like, oh, Mr. A's gone, let's talk about something he doesn't care about.
Yes. Well, yeah, this whole stream is a celebration of Japanese culture, which of course
it is. I was gonna say if we run out of shit to talk about, I can talk about Halo, but I feel like it wouldn't be appropriate.
You have to turn it into like Western culture.
Yeah, well, that's all I know, right? I've played Yakuza 0. Okay, I played Pokemon Crystal, I think, in high school. So there, I played one Pokemon game.
And how did you?
I still have my old Crystal cartridge. It doesn't work
I played
anymore.
we played it on a. It like became a fad in the school. We played it in the browser. Like you could go to a website and play Pokemon online.
Oh, interesting.
I liked it well enough. I don't know. It was fun. I didn't beat it, so that tells you I didn't like it all that much. But I mean, I have no complaints about it. It's not entirely my style of game, but I still enjoyed. What I enjoyed most is looking up the different kinds of Pokemon and like the optimal strategies and that kind of thing.
Sure.
The actual like gameplay was fine, but I didn't find it excessively grindy or anything like that. To be honest.
No, I don't think
It's a game where if you grind a little, you'll be fine. You don't
Yeah,
really
I think
need
I
to
did grind a
overload your
little at
team.
the start just to give myself a little boost, but it wasn't
Pokemon is
hard
known
enough.
for being very easy, of course, so that tends to
Yeah.
correlate with very low need for grinding.
Well, it's
Especially
for
the older
children,
games.
so-
Yes, it is indeed for children. Yes, but again, for me, I think most like mainstream and well-designed JRPGs don't really have much need for grinding. So I think even Mother 1, really, I just grinded a little bit at the start of the game and was mostly good from then on.
Mm-hmm.
I was probably playing it more efficiently than average, though. And I did find myself a little underleveled against the final boss.
Alright,
I
sure.
think I had to grind to get the level 25 requirement for the dragon, now that I'm remembering. But yes, and then Mother 2 and 3, I basically didn't need to at all. I think almost every Final Fantasy you don't really need to grind, but the first couple ones, and especially Final Fantasy 2, because it has a really weird development system.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we have a first-time chat from Superbass88. He says, "Well met and best of luck on your quest."
Thank you.
Thank you. You picked the best stream to join with this riveting gameplay. Although we are having some good discussions. So.
Yeah, well, that was my intention for this stream, was for it to be a very loose one where we just talk about whatever.
Yeah.
But I do have Dragon Quest facts that we can get to from time to time. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I had pointed out that this game came out in 1986, and the second one came out in 1987. Dragon Quest 3 came out in 1988, then 4 in 1990, 5 in 92, 6 in 95, and then 7 in 2000. So that difference in development time kind of just mirrors like the general progression of the games industry in general, sort of.
Mm-hmm.
Where development times used to be very, very short and games very, very small, and then they kind of have gotten bigger and bigger over time.
There's also a DS exclusive Dragon Quest game. I think, what was that, 9?
Dragon Quest 9 is probably what you're thinking of, yeah.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
they remade 4, 5, and 6 on the DS, which is how I played 4 and 5, and then 9 was original to the DS, yes. Yes, and it apparently inspired the 3DS's Street Pass feature, because it had a similar feature in it. Dragon Quest 9, I mean.
Our
I
chat
didn't know that.
says, and I have a lot of knowledge of the background stuff if you want any of that.
All right, you can correct Xdeath. Xdeath did a lot of research here, but you can correct him if he says anything wrong.
Yes. Well, a lot would probably be overstating it, but I did some research. I delayed this stream so I could prepare, and then didn't prepare very much.
Oh yeah, I remember. We're
You
supposed
can
to
be
go
a
over
fact
last
checker
week.
if you needed.
Yes, I
Yeah,
would,
exactly.
of course-
It's perfect.
I would, of course, be very happy to hear any Dragon Quest knowledge that you have to share. That's the purpose of this stream, of course, is to be educational. That's what we aim
Yes. Here's a fact for you, Xdeath. Is the games were called Dragon Warrior in the West until 2005.
for. Yes, with the release of Dragon Quest 8.
Oh, okay. So you didn't know.
Yes. My dad used to have the Dragon Warrior 7 PS1 disc back in the day, and neither
Wow.
he nor I could figure out how to get past the very first part of the game.
Oh, cool.
So, yes,
Have you gone back and tried it again?
I have
More recently,
actually.
okay.
I've been meaning to. The PS1
The
disc.
little
now-
bitch just came out with a post. What was it?
Sorry.
Superbass, he just has a post here. It's pretty long.
Oh, okay. Should I get one of you guys to read that one out?
Yeah. He said I was just
No,
looking because it might be stuff you've mentioned, but yeah, he said it came out in '86, but in the U.S. in '89, which I think you mentioned. Dragon Quest Japan relied on passwords, while the US one had a save system.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Apparently, because the internal battery was created, or at least implemented during this time, allowing saves to persist after you turn your console off. Interesting.
Yes. Well, I know the first Legend of Zelda came out or like had that. Although maybe that's the same way. Maybe it was only in America. The Zelda one had that. I don't know.
Okay,
But
yeah.
if it was in the Japanese version, that means that was implemented by '87. So Dragon Quest would have like just missed it.
That's cool. I didn't think about the fact that you need an internal battery to
Yes.
preserve data.
Well, that's an issue for people who are into like classic retro game ownership. I guess is that the cartridges of older games will eventually have their battery run dry and lose their save system. So hybrid was
Some
similar.
crystal cartridge.
Yes, I was gonna say.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, Game Boy games, I think in particular, had a short-lived battery. So if you have a modern copy of like the original Pokemon games, it almost certainly will not have a functioning save anymore. But there are like people who know how to, replace the batteries of those games.
Sure.
So
Yeah, because I was thinking. Oh, go ahead.
You have to do that now to conserve older SNES and Game Boy games, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking
Only
about.
if you're a big time enthusiast.
Well, I mean, hey, people are. Look, Xdeath is playing Dragon Quest 1. You gotta be a JRPG enthusiast to do that.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Superbass says the Legend of Zelda was 87 in the US and one of the first games ever to use this battery. And Zelda Japan also uses a password system.
Oh.
I remember using passwords on my SNES for, I think it was Star Wars Return of the Jedi. I had that. That was a good game, but it would give you a password after each level. So you could,
Yes, the SNES Goof Troop game has that function as well.
Oh yeah.
It's notable. I remember that the very first Metroid had the password system, whereas Zelda and Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest, I guess, did not.
Okay.
But yes.
Yeah, because I remember playing Mario games on that same system, and those would save your progress. Early Super Mario World.
Yes. Super Mario 3 did not, however.
Okay. Maybe that sounds right.
Yes. The Warp Whistle sort of served as a password system in Mario Brothers 3. Where let you skip to whatever world you'd gotten to last time you played. Yes, and that's actually a notable difference between the SNES and the Sega Genesis was that save functionality was much more common in SNES games compared to just Genesis ones.
Okay. Yeah, that might have screwed
Another
me
fun
over.
Dragon Quest fact. It's one of the first games to feature a 2-stage final boss, predating even Castlevania by 5 months.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's become a big staple of the Dragon Quest series. The final boss of Dragon Quest IV is notable for the sheer number of phases that it has.
Oh, I was going to say JRPGs in general.
Yes.
But, I mean, we played Mother, right? Mother had multiple stages of the bosses. So, or I said you played Mother.
Yes, I guess that's true.
I was here.
Each Mother...
Explain Resident Evil's 6-stage bosses.
Yes, well, that being in JRPGs, I suppose it is to some extent down to Dragon Quest's influence.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's it. I was just thinking, like, when did that start with Resident Evil? I guess it was Resident Evil 2, because I think 1 didn't have multi-stage bosses. Oh, here we go. We talked about Resident Evil.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about it every time. Anyway, yeah, I think one had recurring bosses, but I don't think multiple stage. But 2 had Mr. X and the G virus, whatever.
I hated Mr. X.
I honestly don't really remember him in the original game, but in the remake, I thought he was awesome. I mean, I hated him like in a good way. He was really well.
Yeah, he works a little too well. That's why I hate him.
Yeah, it's like perfect. Yeah, but that's cool. Actually, that game has one of the few sewer levels in a game that I actually like, because the sewer level, Mr. X does not pursue you. I'm talking about the RE2 remake. I don't remember about the original, but.
What is your opinion of the depths in Dark Souls?
I don't know. It's fine. It really wasn't too bad. The first time I played it, I got cursed by the frogs.
Yes.
And then you're like miserable until you can get to the New Londo and get like decursed, and that was like a huge chunk of the game, which I guess sucked, but it was also like kind of cool experience looking back on that.
That is actually an extremely brutal punishment for a very small fuck up. Yes, the curse. I kind of just stay out of the basilisk area when I go there now in the game.
Oh yeah, same. There's no reason to actually go there really. But
Yeah,
the first time I played it, I was just exploring. So.
Yeah.
Superbass comes back with also great facts. I doubted that you could beat X-Death in facts, but you have by far surpassed him.
Yes.
No offense, X-Death, as an expert.
Okay,
but
read
says, sorry?
Yes, I'm just going to ask you to read his facts.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to. He says the final boss of Dragon Quest was actually not intended to be a transforming boss. The antagonist, who is known as the Draco Lord, or I think, what was he, Dragon Lord in the English translation or something? In this version, I don't remember.
I think that's right.
Yeah. Who was the first phase boss, would be a sorcerer seeking to corrupt the sphere of light, and upon defeat released his greatest pet, the Dragon King, upon you. But an error in translation makes it say the Dragon Lord revealed his true form, implying that he transformed into the Dragon King version instead of just being his pet.
Oh,
but the development team liked this so much they kept it canon, and it's part of the original. So that is interesting.
Yes. Well, I guess I'm spoiling it a bit, but it is almost set up as a gag, really, where the Dragon Lord himself is actually very weak and goes down right away, and then transforms into the scary dragon that can kick your ass.
Okay.
I had to say scum with save states to beat because I didn't want to grind more to get strong enough for it.
Superbass is a Dark Souls fact. You can also get decursed in Dark Souls by the guy in the bell tower after the gargoyles. So his decurses are more expensive.
Okay.
Yes.
You know what? It's been so long since I've been cursed. maybe that's how I did it. I do remember the guy in New Londo.
Oswald of Kareem, the Pardoner, I think.
Yeah, the Pardoner. He pardons your sin as well, which is a.
Well, speaking of the Dragon Lord, if we're looking here, that's his keep just across the moat.
Okay, there it is. You can swim there.
Yes, we can see it at the very start of the game. Getting there will take hours and hours of preparation.
That's actually kind of cool. I like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Games where you can go to the end. Like, speaking of Morrowind, you can. It's kind of a hard trip, but you can travel to the final dungeon and even up to the final boss, and he will tell you to come back later, basically.
Oh, that's fun. Yes, well, Breath of the Wild is another good example of that, where Hyrule Castle and the Death Mountain are visible.
You just go straight there.
Almost everywhere on the map. Yeah, and also you can go straight there. Yes.
I don't know about that. Yeah, that's cool. I'm trying to think of other examples of games that let you do that, but those are the two I get off the top.
But they're also visible from anywhere on the map, which I think is a cool detail because they sort of remind you of what your quest is going to be leading up to at any given time.
Yeah, that's my favorite part of Wrath of the Lich King, the World of Warcraft expansion, because you can see the Lich King's big tower from a lot of places in Northrend, and so it's like this huge ominous spire in the distance that you can. I wouldn't say the draw distance is kind of shitty, but you can see it a lot of the time, not all the time. And Superbass says this error in translation also makes the Dragon Lord the first transforming antagonist that Akira Toriyama ever drew. He says a trope I'm sure history would see him use sparingly. I don't know enough about Toriyama.
He's joking. That's a very recurring thing in Toriyama.
Yeah, it's obviously sarcastic, but
as I'm sure his MO would imply.
Yes, I didn't read the Kappa. He said Kappa. Is that the first use of Kappa in our Twitch chat?
I think it is. How historic.
It is. Well, now we're a real.
He's made history.
He's made history.
This has been a day of many firsts. This is the first time Hybrid has joined our stream.
Yeah.
And this is also, I think, the first time somebody has been playing a game that they consciously don't like and want to criticize.
Yeah.
Which I think is an important thing for a nitpick-based podcast to include.
It is. But I do like Superbass being here with his deep knowledge of the series. It kind of undermines your hatefulness.
My doomerism. Yeah.
Doomerism. Did you be on the next stream?
I know. Well,
I basically just have an agenda of being a biased Mother fanboy out to prove that Mother is the superior RPG series.
Sure. Well, you were saying, I think that's, I feel like Mother is well known enough and well liked enough. You don't have to.
I agree.
Maybe some people would disagree, but I was gonna say you were gonna try not to. You were going to not beat the game, right? Or you were considering just showing it off a little bit. But now that we've learned so much about the final boss, you have to show it off, right?
I had my plans for the game had kind of changed, or at least I considered changing them from time to time, because I think my original reasoning for just wanting to play the game once is that it is really quite repetitive, but I think that's fine because it invites us to just talk about whatever, just talk about unrelated things. So, like I said, my proposal is that a lot of the earlier Dragon Quest games are best played on mute with a podcast.
Mhm.
But in this case, our conversation will sort of serve the same purpose to the podcast.
This is a podcast. This
Yes.
is a unique type of podcast.
I won't mind playing the whole game in that for that reason.
And Superbass mentioned he can teach you some speedrun strats and remove as much of the game as you like, or as much as possible if you
Yeah.
want.
Well, that's something I was a little curious about, actually, because I've only seen a tool-assisted speedrun of this game, which just manipulated the RNG to be able to get through things at a much lower level. But
That might be the way to do it. I don't know.
Yeah, so
If you do that with 2, it'd be easier to play.
from my understanding of the combat system, it seems like it would be difficult to make the game faster any other way, but that could just be that I'm missing something crucial.
That'd be interesting, actually. Like, say if we wanted to play a game like this and just play it for the story, like this wouldn't work with Mother or like 2 or 3. But if the story is somewhat sparse and there's just a lot of repetitive combat, you could just like cheat your way past it and just like show off the important parts of the game. I don't know if that would be interesting, but that's just a thought I had.
Sure.
Something like that.
There would definitely be merit to that. Although, for the purpose of a critique, maybe it's best to show the grinding of Dragon Quest.
Oh, yeah.
The sheer extent of it.
So you mentioned the lack of enemy variety. How many have we seen so far? Like 3?
About 4.
4?
Most, I
4.
think.
Okay, yeah.
So we've seen the slime and the red slime, the ghost, the Draki, the wizard, and the Magi Draki. So it kind of depends, because the Magi Draki and the red slime are just recolors of previous enemies, which I feel is cheating a little bit. The reasoning for it mainly is, again, the game like forcing you to grind and using your level as a limiter on your exploration. That if you just saw all the enemies, in a shorter span of time, it would feel like there was more variety.
Yeah, that's fair. Superbass does say if you want, he said nice crit, but he said if you want, since you have 53 gold and level 5, you can set up a gold grind exploit and get equipment outside of your level range.
Alright, well...
So that's an option.
He also says that this game features 36 overworld enemies and 2 bosses, for a total of 38 unique encounters.
Oh, okay.
There you go, cool. Yes, well, explain to me how that gold exploit is done, I suppose.
Yeah, teach us, if it's not too horrible, too tedious. I guess it's faster than just playing the games.
Yes.
Not that. I guess we are being very harsh on the game.
It did come out in the 80s.
Well, that and like Hexted said, we can just chat, so it's not like we're desperate to. There's no rush, but it'd be cool to see what kind of exploits there are anyway.
I mean, that is basically my overall opinion of the game, is that it is sort of a chore to get through today, but that is mostly a result of how old it is, so it's kind of like...
For the 80s, this is like, holy shit, look at all the colors.
Yeah, I don't blame it too much, and I think this one's maybe still sort of worth playing for the historical context after fashion. Maybe you don't need to get through the whole game, but at least just to see it. Whereas Dragon Quest II, I think, does have pretty substantial flaws that really can't be excused by its age and are just big design issues, like the bullshit encounters and stuff that I was talking about earlier. Oops. That doesn't apply nearly as much with this first one, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yes. But again, that said, the exploit would take close to a half hour of opening chests to do, but saves a ton of actual grinding.
Okay.
So the first thing you do is go to Rimuldar?
Yeah, Rimuldar, I think.
Which is a city on the other continent. For remakes of this game, most enemy EXP and gold values were roughly doubled.
Oh. Interesting.
That doesn't
That makes
surprise
sense.
me, yeah.
Yeah. Well...
Rimuldar. I don't know which city that is, unfortunately.
He said on the other continent.
Yes, I wonder if he's talking about this one to the right. I remember spending a while here.
has done well.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, you mentioned other languages having like an old, like, I guess Old English isn't really, what we call Old English isn't actually Old English, but
Yeah.
I call it Shakespearean English, and I hate it.
The
yeah.
idea of Old English, I don't know if it exists in other languages like French or Russian or Japanese.
Yeah, like Russian has Old Slavic or Old Church Slavonic or whatever, but it's like too different if you compare it to what we call Old English, because it's just like you add an e sometimes.
Yeah. What
Misuse
TV
the
tropes
word.
calls ye old butcher
Yeah,
English.
yeah.
Yes, I know there's a cave we can get through if we go through this swamp, which I think is what leads to the next.
Yeah, that's what he just said. Actually, is
Okay.
that Rimuldar is through the cave behind the swamp.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go back and get a torch for that because I don't remember the exact directions, and I know you need. It has the light thing in it.
Oh, I just noticed you named your character X-Dev.
Yes. Yes, in reference to our beloved Meko's charming Yorkshire
I
accent.
knew it.
Yeah. He said dark walking the cave is free.
Oh, he's right. Yes. You just go to the left and then straight down.
See, I was going to ask you earlier, like, if you were to speedrun this, you would just memorize which inputs to put in the caves. You don't need the torch or anything.
Yes, in this particular case, it is actually easy enough that it's not even like a super demanding speedrun type of strat.
Mm-hmm.
He also says it's easier if you have audio. You hold down till you bonk on the wall, then hold right to bonk, then down, then right, down once more, then left.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Is it that complicated? I thought it was.
I'm not the cheat code.
Thought it was the one where you just follow the line straight down.
I was about to say, how coincidentally cool is it that we have a Dragon Quest expert here? But then I realized we're probably the only people on Twitch actually streaming this game.
Well, particularly if it's the very first one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, of course he found this.
I will say.
He said there's a
zigzag
zigzag at the bottom. That's what he's talking about.
Okay. I lack confidence in my own abilities, so I'm actually going to go back
Okay.
to account.
What's your not that I'm just saying in general, but what's our next Pixar movie for our Pixar Facts?
Up.
Up. Okay, cool. That's one I haven't seen, except for of course the intro that everyone my wife made me watch that
Yes.
because of how emotional it is.
Yes, I'm sure we
I
will.
can't remember the last Pixar movie I watched.
Well, you haven't seen Luca yet?
I haven't seen Luca, Up. What was the one with that dog?
You're
Dog.
thinking of Bolt?
Yeah, that.
That's technically a Disney Animation Studios movie, but I can't blame you for getting them confused. Yes,
My mistake.
I stopped around. Toy Story 3 was the time when I stopped always watching them when they came out. So I've never seen Brave or Inside Out, for example, or The Good Dinosaur, or
Oh,
Cars
Brave
2.
was
The
and
last one I
Toy
watched, I
Story.
think, was Toy Story 3. Last
Yeah.
Pixar movie.
I think that was the last one for a lot of people.
Okay, I saw Brave. I stopped at Frozen. That was like the big one. Although I guess Up was before Frozen, right?
Frozen is also a Disney Animation
Oh yeah,
Studios.
shit. See, I did it too. Yeah. It's funny because like Pixar's new style is so different, and Disney's style is Pixar's old style. Basically, I guess because
Yeah.
Pixar was working for Disney, so they did it in Disney style.
Disney's starting to transition into 3D animation. Was basically just done by them copying Pixar, yes?
Yeah, and it's worked. So good for them, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah,
do-
it's a shame that
Frozen
2D
has the
animation.
most overhyped movie ever.
Which
Frozen.
oh yeah, that's like like I don't know, man. Guys
Mostly
at my
because of that
school-
song, I bet.
Yeah, guys at my school like would sing the song and all this, and they were
That
like, "It
must
was
have
so
been
Frozen." I
annoying.
was like, "Why would I watch?" Like the only reason I would watch it now is because it's so like it's such a meme. Like I don't know why you watched it. Not to say it's a bad movie, but like, what's the?
I watched it in theaters because Movie Bob said it was good at the time.
Okay.
I found it rather mediocre, I must
Sure.
admit.
I remember Cthulhu being super pissed about it because it wasn't faithful to the original German fairy tale.
Yes, his particular issue was that the original German fairy tale was called like the Ice Princess or whatever, and he thought it was sexist that they took the woman's name out of
Oh
it.
yeah, that was it. Oh my god. That is a very Cthulhu opinion to have.
Yes. Well, it's
Yeah.
interesting because I think he ended up like focusing too much on that and missing the other parts of the movie that would be very like that he would approve of as a feminist, I guess.
Sure.
Because it's about like the strength of women and they save each other rather than being saved by a man and that sort of stuff. So from that perspective, it's probably even like better than most Disney movies. And it's sort of the same thing with Tangled, where he had the same issue with that, but it also sort of like brought more exposure to the character of Rapunzel and all that than would have been done otherwise. So I think that's a very pedantic feminist complaint, basically.
Yeah. Well, that's perfect.
Just super basic again. Funny thing, the first 4 characters every name determine your stats. Caps matter. EXDE gives you a hex total of 36, which to find your growth chart, subtract 16 toucans, then take the remainder, which is 4 here.
Wow.
Huh. That's kind of neat.
Ooh, weird system.
So what would be the best name to have for max stats then?
Yeah, the optimal name.
I guess. Oh yeah, I have to like convert to hex. Huh. Maybe it is EXT. Maybe EXT is the optimal name for
Wow.
max stats.
What a coincidence that would be.
Yeah. All right, so you got your torches and you're heading back to towards the exploit, towards the potential exploit.
This means EXDE starts with 4 strength, 4 agility, 15 HP, and a hidden MP of 5. You don't see your MP till level 3. Low growth in strength and HP early, but they pick up later, which is a good chart.
Okay, cool. I see. So 4. You subtract, you get 4, and then that determines your stats. That's how it works. That's cool. Well, there you go. You're gonna get.
The best name is, ironically, Z.
Capital Z. As that's Z for Mecca. And X-Death, actually.
Yes.
Forget the Z in 10. That makes sense, I guess. I was thinking, like, was it all Z's, but it's just one big Z. Well, I was close.
Yeah, I love all these old complex JRPG systems.
That's fun. I guess they were low on. They didn't have the memory to, like, determining a random stat block based on your name is a really kind of fun thing.
Yeah, so I knew that the second Dragon Quest would actually base the names of your 2 cousins who are your party members. That would change depending on what name your player character had input at the start.
He says EXD is the 3rd best growth chart, so you didn't do bad.
Alright, I'll take that.
And
I was gonna say,
according to Superbass.
Yeah, I was gonna say, have we seen these guys before, or they look new to me? Maybe I wasn't looking at
These
this
are new.
Yeah, I haven't seen them either.
Druid.
Yes, I think the green dragon guarding the princess is also in this very dungeon, so we could, if we went towards the middle of the dungeon, if I'm remembering right, we'd run into a forced encounter against him and get our ass absolutely handed to him, so I will not show that off, but that is there if I'm remembering right.
Sure. We do have a few more users that aren't posting, but I think are new. I saw Trickster X, and I was like, "Is that Hyper?"
That was me.
A different name.
That's
that's you. Okay, shit. Well, I'm an idiot.
Why is everyone on AFT calling themselves a trickster?
I don't know. Because Trickster X is obviously a reference to Hyper, who's known as Hyper X, but also Trickster.
No, it was actually a Persona reference.
No, it's not. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Well, fun fact about Persona, that was actually inspired by Hyper, the use of the word trickster in Persona.
And the X.
Yes.
Yeah. We do also have Caxips06, who, welcome. So I don't know who's a bot and who's not, so sometimes I look through here and say welcome something. And Casino thanks, but, again, could be a bot, but I think I've seen him around before, which indicates that he's a bot, because nobody ever comes back to this. Here's our Druid fact. So the NES is limited to 8 colors on screen at a time. 4 are committed to the menu and 4 go to sprite colors. Okay. For those paying good attention, I wasn't. The Druid has 5 colors on them, but 1 is not actually there and is part of the background. Oh, okay. That is fun. because they don't move, so you can tell that it's whether it's the sprite or one of the colors dedicated to the background and menu. Oh, and he says as soon as you go south of the mountains, you can't kill anything here realistically, so just run.
Yes. I noticed that right away.
Yeah,
I've been
you're
doing
good.
that.
And it's after the fact.
Yeah, well, I'm not reading Superbass's comments fast enough.
You know, luckily my brilliant strategic mind managed to figure that one out on my own.
Yes. Oh shit, I'm dying.
Alright, well,
So I guess this is it.
we arrived in this new town. I guess we'll have to hear the next part of the
Oh
exploit.
yeah. What's the next part of our exploit? Oh, herbs.
Also, his EXDE may have shown off. A fun fact. Herbs heal more than heal,
Yes.
which is actually used in another speech strat later. Keys are off the north part of the map.
So
Well, he doesn't have money for keys after healing. Lol.
oh, I see. You need more money. Oh yeah, you need like what, 53 gold. Okay, that's all right.
I see. I've completely messed up the exploit.
Oh well, at least you're here.
I guess that's why I should have had it explained all to me at once.
That's fair. Oh, he did mention a certain amount of gold, so
He did, yes.
53. In fact, exactly 53 gold. All right, you
You
can
said you
save
can
it.
save this, but it's pretty risky.
Oh well.
Yes, that would be by going out and fighting and trying to win that way. Get some
Yeah,
more gold.
get more gold.
I might as well. I have so little gold that if I die, I will only lose the gold. I'll only lose like 7 gold or something.
Okay, you said you can sleep an enemy and kill it just outside here if you want.
Unfortunately,
Yeah,
I'm too low level to no sleep, it seems.
Okay. I see you only have heal and hurt.
Yes. Okay, yeah, I do stand no chance. I guess I'll just have to... So the exploit involves buying keys and then... What?
And spamming chests
Also,
for
we
half an
recommend
hour.
staying away from the warlock, who's pretty resistant to sleep.
Is
Yes.
it based on the game, like, not remembering which chests you've opened once you load your file? Because I know there was an exploit like that in Dragon Quest II that I did use, where, if you... There was an item called the Thunder Staff that you were supposed to only really get once, but, like, part of the... because the save file was sort of small, it wouldn't actually store any data relating to whether or not you'd taken a Thunderstaff.
Uh-huh.
So you could go, like, save and then reload and then do the thing to get a Thunderstaff again and sell it for money. Ad nauseum.
I like how we've attained a new objective playing this game, right? That we've abandoned our main quest and are now like working entirely towards this exploit.
Yes.
That we messed up early on.
Yes.
Well, okay, so he said it's more based on how the game handles open chests. It can only store 8 chests in memory, and you basically overload it.
Okay. That makes sense.
Interesting how everything is a multiple of 4 or 8.
I love retro hardware. The memory is cleared when you go to the world map.
So we overload the chests to make it so that the game forgets we opened the very first chest with, in the first room with the 130 gold, I'm guessing, or is it something else?
Good guess. Find out. It was interesting. I was watching a fear speedrun, and it's interesting how, like, unless you're just trying to show off the game, which I was, but in general, like watching speedruns is like far more interesting than just watching someone play through the game for the first time, because you skip a lot of parts. So again, if you care about the story, then it's not the way to do it. But there's always something to talk about, right? It's not just talking about the combat and AI and all that, which we did. But then you can always be talking about the strats you're using and the different skips and all that kind of thing. So it kind of does add, at least when I'm watching it, I feel like it adds to the game to be speedrunning it.
Yeah.
And depending on what you're looking for exactly. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Superbass says the only things you need for a speedrun is a timer on screen and a will to go fast. Yeah, that's true. But it's fun.
It also gives you locations for 8 chests. There's
He
2
does.
of them.
Yeah, I was gonna read that out as well. But so he said there's 2 locations with 8 chests. Tentagel has 8, and Garingham has 8. Okay.
Okay.
And he tells you exactly where they are, when you get there.
Well, I know
And also,
where the ones in Tantagel are already. There's a room that's locked by 1 key that has, I think, 5, and then there are 3 in the very starting room. 4, I guess.
Yeah, he says 3 in the throne, 4 in the treasury, and 1 in the back storage.
For Garingham, there's 3 in town and 5 in the back.
Yeah. 2.
And the problem is, once again, that I don't know the town names, so I don't actually know which
Oh,
one
yeah.
Garingham is.
Can check out. I'll help you out here. So we're making Superbass do all the work. List of locations in Dragon Quest. Tantagel is the first city, or starting point, the capital
Yes.
of Alefgard.
The castle, yes. That I knew. The other one,
Okay,
Garingham, is the one I don't know.
That is Orgarai, further northwest of the tomb, at the edge of the continent.
Yes, I know where that is. That's the town.
Where the silver harp.
The town I first visited. Yes.
Okay, so there you
Up in
go.
the upper left, basically. Okay.
Okay. He said the reason this takes so long in vanilla is because the chests you're opening only contain 8 to 15 gold. He says after getting your key, you'll go to another location. He said the speedrun grabs 3 keys, but he recommends, he says to get more.
And depending on runner skill, inexperienced runners need about 5,500.
Okay. So for 5,500 gold, let's do some math here. So this will take from 367 to 688 chest openings.
Wow.
Superbass points out.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of chests.
Exactly.
Yes.
I'd be curious
So
to see.
so call it 700 chests.
Yeah.
That sounds equally as riveting as the combat, I guess.
Well, it is faster, which is why this is a speedrun strat.
Yeah.
I guess it's
And it's
more
another
or less
activity in the
interesting.
game.
Yeah. Well, we can try it, see how it works, and if we get bored, just not finish it, but not finish the exploit. But 6 to 8 seconds per chest. Oh yeah. Wow, that's a lot of time.
Even for a top
he
level runner. Oh.
He said about half an hour. He said the forests have a higher encounter rate than the fields, and hills even higher, which looks like you know since you're wandering around the forest.
I did know that, yes, but I should be in the hills, I guess. I shouldn't be grinding on red slimes and blue slimes either. I'm trying to recoup my 53 gold in a slightly easier area.
Sure. Gotta grind anyway, may as well get some gold. How it is the difficulty work? Is it just distance from like the starting area, or is it specific areas are specifically harder, like level zones?
That one, yeah, the second one.
Okay.
It loads the random encounters based on general location in the map. So
Okay.
each, like, there'll be square zones probably that the map is divided into that decide which encounters, and then the caves and dungeons have their own encounter sets as well. There's a little exploit in the first Final Fantasy where one of those encounter zones has a single tile that's like on a much earlier continent of the game that it's meant for. So you can run into like high level encounters early by doing that to get more amounts of experience.
Yeah. Superbass says 15 by 15 grids. And he says, in case you don't know, he tells you how to get to the second set of enemies.
Yes.
What do you get in per encounter? Like 2 gold?
Will depend on which enemy, but yes.
Okay. Oh yeah, I just saw that one. That was, yeah. Okay.
Imagine only getting 2 gold in a modern game.
Well, it depends on how much things cost, I guess. But
Oh, I died. I didn't even realize that could happen.
no shit.
You can die walking over the slime.
Oh, this poison swamp.
Yeah.
Damn.
And yeah, you're dead.
You get another chance. Oh no.
That's fine.
Swamp tiles are 2 damage per tile. Okay, so you need to know. You need to have a certain amount of health to dare walk into the swamp.
You can
Wait, so what
heal
happens when you
midway
die? What do you lose?
through. Half your gold.
Oh, okay. That's not, that's annoying, but it's like Grand Theft Auto.
Yes, very innovative gameplay mechanics of Dragon Quest, which see, if I had to guess, I would have said it was 1 damage per tile, but I didn't know. A lot of games will have something like this, but it can reduce you to a minimum of 1 health. This game's crueler than that, I suppose.
Superbass doesn't point out his earlier message. Did mention the swamp was poisonous.
No, you did. I don't know, Exif, were you referring to that you didn't know the swamp hurt you or that it could kill you?
I didn't know it could kill me. I knew it hurt
Okay.
me.
Yeah. We did mention, yeah, I remember you saying it was poisonous.
Well, the game does even have a, gooey color change when you're at low health, so as soon as I see that walking over the swamp, I should change it. I should heal it, I mean. That would be logical.
I haven't been seeing, I'm guessing, never mind. I saw. I was going to ask if your hit points persist between encounters, but
Yes, they do.
yeah, because you need to heal. That was a dumb question.
Yes, that would be it. There are some very modern JRPGs like Final Fantasy 13 that heal you after each fight, but most old ones are kind of based around resource management. This game in particular is almost entirely about that. If it's about anything in terms of the gameplay, I mean.
Superbass said when they remade these games, red slimes were renamed to she slimes.
Yes.
Something they kept for Dragon Quest 11.
I did know that she slimes were in some of the other games. Dragon Quest 8, I remember running into them.
By the way, white's on the map and menu turn red when you're under 25% health.
Yeah.
Yeah, except was saying that he noticed the GUI changes. What was I gonna ask? Remakes. This game has remakes or?
Yes.
Okay.
It has quite a few re-releases. There's a Game Boy Color version, I think, and I might be wrong, but there's a Super Nintendo version of several Dragon Quest games. I'm not sure if this was one of them.
I think Dragon Quest 3 is getting a 2D remake as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so Dragon Quest 3
Development
was
still.
released on NES as well as Game Boy Color and Super Nintendo, I think.
Okay.
I know that Dragon Quest 5 had a PS2 version.
Oh. Well, what's this one? Is this the original, or is this one of the re-releases?
This is the original.
Okay. Respect.
At least the American version of the original.
Alright. Superbass says, for anyone who wants to smile later, remember these enemies in the swamp cave. Okay. Will do. I don't know if I will want to smile later, but I think...
Well, you're Russian, so you're not supposed to smile.
That's true, that's true. But maybe someone else.
Tarkovsky
Okay.
would not approve of you smiling.
No, it wouldn't. Maybe if I smiled joylessly. Superbass says you'll notice a funny coincidence later.
Yes.
It's not, I just noticed it's called a wolf, but it's more of a
Werewolf.
wolf man.
Maybe that's
I
a
could've sworn that was a
translation
bear.
difference as well. Okay. Guess I will not go to the inn so that I have enough money to buy a key.
Yes. And we're back. Alright, so Superbass said buy, did you say buy 3 or more keys?
I think I'll only have enough money to buy one now. He said that we only need 53 gold though. I'll buy as many keys as I can buy with how much gold I have, I guess.
He said you loop around the outside edge of town.
Okay. I'll show off the dialogue of the NPCs
Oh, yeah.
here.
Right. Yeah, back to the actual game. Okay. And I'm assuming their dialogue doesn't change when you come back?
No, of course.
Too advanced.
This game is, yes, very old, remember.
So Superbass mentions, regarding the looping, he said there's a tile you can escape the lake with. Red guards are supposed to be elite guards, and they contain more important clues.
I think it's safe to say we're all going to be Dragon Warrior fanatics at the end of this.
Yeah, experts. No, this is great.
Yes. So this little NPC here is sort of supposed to visually indicate what Superbass is talking about.
Mhm. Oh, try to get people interested in the randomizer, which I was playing in the background. Gotcha. Yeah, that's randomizers are fun. Speaking again of Resident Evil, I remember watching somebody play through an RE1 randomizer, which I think randomized all the items, enemies, and rooms. Actually, none of the rooms were connected the same way because it's just they're totally separate, loading screens and all that. So that's an interesting way to play.
For those looking for a challenge.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Or not. I mean, you can get to, if you get lucky, some things are easier.
Yes.
Depends.
Okay. I have one magic key now.
Okay. One key for one chest. Are the keys expended when you open the chests?
So the keys are expended to open certain doors in the game. They're
Oh, doors.
consumable
Oh.
item that allows you to open certain doors.
Okay, so once you have your
Once
key,
you have your key,
Yep.
dying is the fastest way back to the castle, but don't use the key yet.
okay.
Yes, if we want to properly speedrun it, we just die.
It's not a speed run. We'll preserve our life and gold. Is there ever permadeath, or is it always just half your gold?
It's always half the gold.
Okay. So if you're broke, you're basically immortal.
It just kind of
you're
removes
still
the
immortal, though.
consequence of death, yes.
Yeah, I guess yeah, you're still immortal in a way, but I like the little. Does the music? I was gonna ask if the music changes, but it just did as I was asking. But I do. Oh, you died. Okay.
Yes, that's what prompted the music change.
Okay, yes. You revived through the scrolls of honor, lore-wise, yes. Well, I noticed when you die, this guy's like, I'll give you another chance.
Yeah, that's what he calls the saving system.
We lost Mecha.
Okay. He had been quiet for a while.
He had.
Alright, we have our key and we're back in the castle. What's the next step then?
Okay, yeah. You actually have to die to set up the exploit. No, later, I see. Now you want to go down towards the mountain cave on the left side of the map.
Okay.
Or down the left side of the map, rather. I should read what you're actually writing. Who's texting?
Yes. So I think in the intended path through the game, this area I'm going to now, if I'm understanding him right, is sort of where we go second after we, clear that first dungeon where you find your tablet, and then before you go across the poison caves where I was earlier.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, we could tell the enemies there were a little too hard for us at that point.
This game does have a sort of visual language where each time you cross a bridge, there's supposed to be a marked increase in the strength of the enemies.
Superbass says if you don't have a torch, you want one. Because even speedrunners use a torch for this part. Alright. And he says, place your bets, will we see a death necklace? I have no context for that. I'm assuming it's very rare.
A low % drop or something?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say no. But I don't have any money to bet.
I'm gonna say no as well, but yeah, exactly. No, it's no fun if we bet the same thing. I'll say yes, and we'll just whoever wins wins. I'm guessing that attack initiative is based on, like, what was it, agility?
Yeah, there is a stat for it.
Yeah. Because I noticed the scorpion attacked before you were ready.
There's also a random component to it, so it's your agility stat plus RNG of some kind.
There's a single chest in this game that can spawn the death necklace. Win 16, and next death also has to get there. And also Shiba-san says, Harrow.
Welcome back, Shiba. So Shiba was our Call of Cthulhu expert, and now we have Superbass for Dragon Quest. We're just going to collect, all we gotta do is play games nobody plays, and we'll collect a new person each time, and then we'll have a viewer base. Oh, Shiba's played this, one of the first RPGs they've ever played.
So you really are old then, Shiba? Because only old people and extreme nerds who care about the historical context of video games have played this game.
40, she says. Okay. Old school gamer. Hey, we're 10 years, a little over 10 years older than us. Except Meko. Meko's old. Oh, I can't make fun of him. He's not even here anymore.
Yeah.
Well, I'm 31, so it's only a 9-year difference.
Yeah, there you go. Meko's also I think he's 30. So I was just kidding.
Yes, and yet you're the most casual Dragon Quest fan of all. You've never even played the old ones. How terrible.
Improper aspect ratio. Oh yeah, I guess it is stretched. We've had some difficulty in the past with setting up the emulator for that. What was it?
He's right.
Maybe it was
I think I can fix it without too much trouble.
I don't care, but... Oh, and Superbass says if you haven't equipped it, the dragon scale gives you 2 defense power.
Okay. No, I completely forgot about that part.
See? I didn't even know about it.
Yes, maybe instead of a window capture, if I use a display capture, it would fix the... I tried to stretch it, and it didn't really work.
Yeah. That's not a big deal if it doesn't work out.
It's something that should be fixed.
See, it's too late. We're already fixing it, or hopefully. Oh, Superbass says once you have equipped it, you're good, and you don't even have to keep it. The game just checks that you've ever equipped it. I don't know if I read that right.
I see. Okay, that's way smaller. If we use the transform, we can just fit the screen.
Oh yeah,
that's fine.
Oh, nice and square.
Okay, we'll stretch to screen.
Oh yeah.
That's
all right.
A little better.
Oh, uh-oh.
Yeah, that's a little too small.
No, it's worse.
Yeah, don't worry. Once it catches up, it'll be fixed. I think we've lost the border into. Oh yes, because they're.
Oh yeah, okay, no, we're good. That's right. Yep, this is right. I was like, yeah, Mecha, the border Mecha, maybe have to keep it. Superbass says the same is true for the fighter's ring, which if you equip it, you can then discard it. But the devs never programmed what the ring is actually supposed to do. So, go either way on
Do
that.
you remember spending a weekend playing Dragon Warrior on the NES with our old friend Monty? Even had a Nintendo Power Sub, so they really did the whole gauntlet.
Oh, nice.
Yes, apparently Nintendo Power would give away copies of this game or something like that.
That's fun.
Okay, wait.
Remember those old magazines would give like demo discs?
Yeah, I used to have PC Gamer and I get demo discs on that. I don't think I ever actually used one of those demo discs, but I got them. Okay, Superbass says the fighter's ring is supposed to be +2 attack power, which they added in the remakes, but in the original game it does nothing. Oh well.
So now we're facing the issue that it looks like the game capture creates an improper aspect ratio, as was mentioned, but the window capture leaves like a white bar at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that.
Its own issue. Well, it's part of the NES emulator I'm using. This window. That's basically the long and short of it.
Okay, Superbass says Nintendo Power did a lot more than just give away copies of the game. We'll cover that later. Well, I know Nintendo Power. Well, I don't know. I never actually read one, but they did like they gave away secrets and like little strategies and stuff like that for games. So I'm guessing that's what they did here too. Oh, the fighter's ring is used in the speedrun, even though it is it doesn't have any stat boost in this one. Yeah, I was gonna mention. What was I gonna mention? I can't remember now. Oh, anyway, doesn't matter. It wasn't important. Oh yeah, Shiba says he wanted to try out the randomizer, but his knowledge is pretty limited after having not played it for 25+ years. Well, yeah, Superbass is definitely enlightening us on all the game details. So.
The window capture is definitely making the graphics look worse.
Yeah, let's just. Well, yeah, fix it if you want. I was gonna say I don't care if we leave it. If it's becoming an issue.
Well, it's bothering me now that it's been pointed out. This is an issue.
Superbass wants to know if anyone was paying attention when Next Death went into the Rimuldar Inn.
No,
oh, no, I wasn't.
Yeah.
I think this is the best visual setup I can get, so I'm sorry. The Rimuldar Inn. This is Rimuldar. Oh no, that's the other town. Yeah. That's the one that's quite out of the way to go back to now. Okay, I think I can buy the dragon scale here.
She was a big fan of the Super Metroid plus Link to the Past combo randomizer. Huh.
Wait, what? The wizard staying in the second room at the Rimuldar Inn is Howard from Nintendo Power. Nestor is in Cole.
Oh.
Or he may have them backwards.
Okay, so they had a little reference. That's fun. I'm gonna look up this Super Metroid randomizer. Oh. You know what's weird? I hate when you're typing something to Google, right? And it gives you a recommendation or a suggestion, and then you keep typing, and then it goes away, even though all the words match up still. Okay. There it is.
Yeah, it's
It's really weird.
pretty annoying.
Okay, so it, as I expected, it mixes Super Metroid and A Link to the Past together into one experience. The goal is to kill both Ganon and Mother Brain and then finish either game. Travel between the two games can be done by using certain doors and entrances. Huh.
That's
Wow.
really weird.
That's really weird.
It does sound pretty
Sounds
cool.
like
Mamoru.
fun. Yeah, that sounds like fun.
Shit.
Oh, and Superbass says the two Nintendo Power guys give you a clue to a key item later on. So, which sounds, based on my foreknowledge of it, sounds just like Nintendo Power. Also, XDeath, I don't know if I may be wrong, but I think even when you use display capture, it was still stretched. I'm not sure. At least based on the Discord stream, which is nice and square, because it was definitely still not
Yeah,
square.
it sort of changed the resolution of the images and looked.
Okay. Yeah.
It was
Yeah, I
stretched.
remember-
It was stretched, and it also looked just kind of crappy. I don't know.
It looked worse, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I had these issues with SWAT, which was, I think, the first game that I tested anything with. Like all those resolution problems. I think that's actually when I discovered I had to use display capture for that one. Superbass says the key item that these Nintendo Power guys give a clue to is not required technically. You can skip it, but the skip isn't worth it. So. And then Shiba talks about the randomizer. Okay, the reason it works is because the games both have empty RAM slots in memory, which allowed the creator to combine entrances and exits between the two games using those empty RAM addresses. That's neat. I was wondering why those two games in particular. I don't know if that's the reason or if that just helped, but... Oh, no, okay, yeah, items and power-ups can be found in either game. Huh. The difference between the scorpions you're fighting and a wolf is 19 for, I'm assuming you just mean general stats, 19 for a scorpion and 40 for the wolf. And the boss, the key item lets you skip, is 118. So that's why it's good to not skip the key item that allows you to skip the
I
boss.
think he's talking about the flute that that you can use to put the golem to sleep.
Oh yeah, the golem.
I have played this game to completion before, but my memories of it are not super strong because it's a very, very boring game.
Sure. And then going up from the start is the only way that leads to chests. You need to find at least 2, the more is better. Oh, and the green dragon you talked about earlier is 88, so yeah, the golem is notably harder than him. It's interesting, the game, I mean, I guess it makes sense for the memory, but the game uses the same stats. Attack power values. Gotcha.
Okay.
Do enemies have separate attack and defense powers, or is it just they hit you, you hit them, based on your own stats? I guess you have a defense stat.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the only thing that makes me know anything about that is if you have a defense stat, I would assume the enemies do as well.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I was doing less damage to a wizard at the start of the game than I did to a slime at that time, so that also indicates this presence of a defense stat for enemies.
Yeah, Superbass confirms that. Well, I think our record was 9 viewers a while ago. I think we're at 8 now, getting close.
Who would have thought
Maybe
original Dragon Quest is what draws in the viewers?
Hey. Enemies have a difficulty rating as well, which modifies their damage value to compensate for the fact they cannot crit. Okay. So the game is actually a little less RNG than some other games, since enemies can't crit.
I'm not sure if that proves that.
Well, I'm just saying that it's not a cruel game in all instances. Oh, I'll be right back. Get a snack.
Okay, here's one of the two chests, I presume.
It adds this top right of the first floor is why nobody likes to dark walk this cave. Also, anyone paying attention, these first floor enemies are the exact same enemies as from the swamp. Yeah, I noticed that part. And there's 5 chests in here total.
Yes, and Shiba comments on the comparison between dark levels in different games.
Mm-hmm.
Pokemon also had a dark cave that you could do without flash, but it was very, very annoying in that as well.
Yeah, you can see literally anything.
Yes, quite similar to this game without the torch.
Superbass says that staircase in the top right leads to 4 more chests, and there's five total in here.
Okay, in the top right.
Oh, maybe, I don't know if Hybrid, you read that while I was gone. So. 1 is down from the first fork, then you go up to the wall, walk to the left, you'll find 2 more. Huh. Shiba says he was thinking about setting up, replaying some Chrono Trigger the other day. He got his EMU all set up in the living room on the server computer. Yeah, I haven't. I don't know, Xdeath, were you ever planning to play Chrono Trigger on stream? I remember we talked about it. I don't remember.
I would certainly not be opposed to it. I think
Yeah,
it would take
I've
a
heard
little
of it.
while before we got to it.
Oh, sure, no rush. I was just curious because, yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot about that game. I guess, or at least just how good it is.
Yeah, some people swear by it.
Yeah, and you know I won't play it, so it's gonna be you.
Have you never played it, Hybrid?
No.
I think it's a classic for sure.
I've wanted to try it though, but it always seems to slip my mind.
Yes, we found the fighter's ring, the famous fighter's ring that does nothing. So let's go ahead and equip that. I'm guessing he means that the speedrun uses it just as one of the chests that you use.
From these chests, head back, then keep trying to head down, he said. Yeah, maybe. Oh. Shiva says the overworld music is one of the first video game compositions he learned how to play on the piano back in the late 80s. That's fun. Now people only play Megalovania.
Yes, it's very true. Go back and keep trying to head down.
Once you hit the bottom, he said left, then up, and if you can find the 5th chest, that's the one the death necklace might be in. Oh, Shiba San's dog is named Sans and is a Shiba Inu. So there you go, and that's where your name comes from, I guess.
That's
Or the
the
dog
name,
was named
yes.
after you. Sorry?
That's the name, yes, so
Oh, yeah.
how delightful.
Well, we don't know. Maybe the dog. Who came first, the dog or the name? Yes, we talked about how important a character sans is in our
Undertale. Yes,
Undertale
I now
streams.
lost to time Undertale.
Oh yeah, shit. Yep.
Well, I mean, we'll be able to post, like, once they're finally up on YouTube, they'll be viewable again, but...
Yeah, they're not on Twitch anymore.
Yeah.
Only the first half of Disco Elysium is truly lost to time because I didn't upload it.
Here's the chest, I guess.
All right. Well, Death Necklace?
No.
No.
109 gold.
Oh, Superbass says it sells for 1,200 gold. Okay, yeah.
I think it's also a cursed equipable item, but I might be wrong about that. Because this game had that too.
And so I was right about the bet at least.
Oh yeah, you won. Good job. Good job, Hybrid. He said if you die here, it's okay.
Yeah, once we get back to the castle, we open the 4 chests in there.
He says don't leave the cave. Oh, he said you do want to die down here. I guess it's faster if you.
Okay.
Up to you though.
Sure.
I'm assuming, unless there's some other strat, I'm assuming it's just to teleport back.
I imagine that's the case.
He also says don't leave the cave. You want to die down here.
Yeah.
Just going to the world map clears RAM.
Okay. So I think basically what...
No, you may print money, according to Superbass.
Yeah, if I go to the world map and then come back into the castle, all the chests will be respawned, I think is what's going to happen now. If I've done it correctly. And so on until the end of time.
Don't leave, he said. Okay, never mind.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
The Quest map just broke the glitch.
Alright. Well, we'll give up on the glitch now. If you want to see those things done, go to a real speed run. Maybe I'll try to learn it for the next stream, and then we can show it off. But in the meantime, this is just going to be a brainless, very casual, grindy stream of Dragon Quest where we talk about unrelated things, which was the original intention.
Totally the original intention.
Yes. Okay, I understand it now. I think I could recreate it without any additional input, but yes, so the reason you have to die in the dungeon, as was said, is because that avoids the trip to the overworld, which would reset the RAM. because he mentioned it, I thought it was an pertinent part of the glitch. That was what confused me.
That's only first time.
Yes, that's why it is a little awkward to have such things explained over text when you don't know them before. Also, I'm an idiot.
I'm back. I was getting a drink. What'd I miss?
We were in the glitch.
Oh
It's all
no.
over. We have to play the game normally now.
He showed it off. Okay. Well.
Yes, I technically showed how to do it and then ineptly broke it. You'd be sitting there grabbing like 3 or 4 gold chests over and over again because they weren't despawning.
Right, yeah, that makes sense. That's cool. That's a fun little exploit. I guess, yeah, it's not particularly interesting to do, but it definitely helps with speedruns. You get a bunch of gold and then you can stomp the enemies.
Yeah.
Or did you read Superbass's fun trivia? Okay. I guess Hybrid's got me covered.
Yes, it's interesting. It's funny, I guess, a little bit that even that speedrun glitch still sort of is true to the original gameplay style of the game, where you just repeat the same brainless functions over and over again until your numbers get high enough.
Yeah. I think it is, for games like this, speedrunning adds a lot of depth because you can really dig into it and find all these fun exploits and that kind of thing. Or, yeah, Superbass. I guess it takes, maybe I'm wrong, but it would take like 30 minutes at best. But I think like based on the calculations I did, it could take up to an hour and a half, I guess, if you get unlucky. Which I guess probably still is faster than actually getting that gold, like you said. Yeah. Break out the game genie, Shiba says. Yeah, exactly. Just like fuck around with it.
I guess the small downside to it though is that you would lose EXP time. Like you wouldn't get EXP from the grinding, but I guess just grinding stronger enemies with the new equipment would make it faster.
Yeah, that's my guess would be, is that it catches you up.
Yeah. What I found was when I got to the end of this game playing it the first time is that even though I had the best possible equipment in the game, I was still nowhere near a match for the final boss and would have had to grind levels to get to a point to do that without RNG manipulation to beat him, I mean. Because that's what I ended up doing, was resorting to RNG manipulation with save states to beat him, because I didn't want to grind for another half hour, or whatever. Yes, okay, so we technically showed off the glitch, and now we'll show off something closer to the intended playstyle, I guess.
Superbass said if you go to the desert on the right side of the map, that gets you up to the skeletons. And then Shiba mentions messing around with Game Genie codes back in the day. Especially the SNES version, because you could put in 5 codes instead of just 3. I see. Game Genie, 3 codes, 3 wishes. That's funny.
That makes sense.
He's provided a secret of mana code that messed up the game's music. That's interesting.
You still remember the code too.
I know. That's funny. I was thinking about, like, you know, when I was younger, you just had less games, so the games I did have, I messed around with more, and, like, you know, really played them and learned more about them. Whereas now it's like I just want to get through it, so I have such a backlog. Like playing Halo, I just beat the campaign, right? And I'm like, okay, next one, instead of, because there's like secrets and Easter eggs and all this stuff that maybe back in the day I'd go find or replay on Legendary or something, you know. But now it's like, I don't care. I experienced it.
Like if you replay a game, you lose interest like as soon as you start.
Yeah, I've had that happen where I spend like forever installing it, getting all the mods, and then I'm like, you know what? I actually don't even want to play this anymore.
Yeah.
Shiba says, Skeletons have 30 attack power.
Yes, I read it.
Okay, yeah. Oh, you're reading. All right, then. I don't have to narrate everything.
Yes, well, it may seem pedestrian now that we've had such advanced Dragon Quest facts, but we could go back to some of the ones I prepared.
Sure, no.
Yes, so the Dragon Quest series was recognized by Guinness World Records with 6 world records, including, but not limited to, best-selling role-playing game on the Super Famicom, fastest-selling game in Japan, and first video game series to inspire a ballet.
Ah,
Ballet.
wow.
Yes.
Huh. Was it any good, you know?
No, I have no idea. I should have followed up on it, but did not.
That's funny. I remember there was an opera released as part of the Nier Automata game. It's
Yes.
like a prequel opera or something. That was the first I'd ever heard of that. But I guess Dragon Quest did something similar way before.
Yes. There's the Distant Worlds album from Final Fantasy, which has like orchestral remakes of various songs from the series, and it also has sort of like a full operatic rendition of the opera scene from Final Fantasy VI, which is quite cool, even though it kind of exposes how cheesy the lyrics originally were, because it uses the same lyrics from the game. And also, it's not a like actual full-length opera; it's like 20 minutes or something.
Okay.
Yes. I mentioned this one, I think, in one of the other streams, but there's an urban myth that the release of Dragon Quest III caused a law to be passed in Japan, banning the sale of Dragon Quest games or video games in general, except on certain days.
Yeah, weekends and holidays.
Yeah, the way I originally said it
Too many
was
people call out of work.
Yeah, so that's what it was. When Dragon Quest III was released in Japan, over 300 school children were arrested for truancy while waiting in stores for the game to be released. And the rumor claims there was a measurable dip in productivity and that enough Dragon Quest games were being mugged from people that Japan considered passing a law, but none was.
There's the same issue with 8 as well.
Yes, so that speaks
But
to
a few
how
million
much
people called out of work.
of a cultural phenomenon Dragon Quest is in Japan specifically.
I mean, I've heard of similar things in you know, the States, or I guess other places, like, I don't remember what game was coming, like Cyberpunk, I think. People started calling off to work, and then everyone was getting super pissed because the game, the release date kept getting pushed back. That's always kind of funny.
Now in hindsight,
No,
we
yeah,
wish the
now
game was
it's even
pushed back.
worse now. Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. First off, nobody, I'm sure not many people enjoyed taking off work for that, and then, yeah.
Only to realize that the game was a massive mess.
Yeah. Hey, I don't know what you're talking about. It got nominated for Best RPG of the Year.
It's true.
From the Game Awards.
Yeah, the
Ooh.
Game Awards. I noticed there's the Golden Joystick Awards on Steam, and I thought like the games would be on sale, but then I clicked on it and they're like, none of them are on sale. It's just like telling you what they are, which is really lame. Put them on sale. I would have bought some, but nope, not full price. Anyway. Okay, now you can beat on those scorpions because your defense is over 19.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, the reason to grind for that gold is to get equipment to boost your
Yeah.
Defense to 40. Interesting. For the wolves. Okay. Okay. I'm guessing that riding on wolves is just faster. That's interesting. Oh, yeah, it's nice the cave has a torch in it, because then you don't have to. You can, like you said, you can do loops.
True.
A self-replenishing cave.
I also have a torch. I do have that torch.
That exact torch, the famous torch. Nice. Yeah, it is interesting you mentioned later games adding multiple characters and enemies. I mean, that really increases the depth of the combat.
Yes. Target selection is actually a really important part of strategy in almost every RPG.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I was thinking of like World of Warcraft, where I keep mentioning it because it's like what I'm most familiar with, I guess. But yeah, target selection and using crowd control on very specific targets in harder fights is extremely important to the strategy.
Yeah.
Even when you're against a single target,
yeah,
it's a boss, so they usually have very special abilities and stuff.
Even a game like Dragon Quest II or the First Mother kind of gains a certain amount of depth compared to this one just for having that.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, Superbass we talked about. Exit went over. Dragon Quest II's some of the instant kill bullshit.
Yes. I'll talk just briefly about the cruelty of that game's late game.
Yeah. And yeah, Shiba, that is funny. The whole you wouldn't download a car thing, because yes, I totally would download a car if I could. So. Kind of interesting.
I know I would. I need one.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so, I mean, yeah. There have been a few times where I've downloaded a game and then I went up. Like, if I pirate something, I usually just do it. Now that I can afford games, I just do it really to test them. If they don't have a demo, like I'm not sure if I want this game, let me try it out, and then I'll buy it. But there were a couple times where I bought a game just because they had some anti-piracy features, like built into the game. I respect that. I think it's funny. There was Batman Arkham Asylum where Batman couldn't glide if you had a pirated copy, which was fixed within like a couple days.
Yeah.
But I was like, that's really funny. I'll just buy a game. And then I remember when I was a kid, there was the Amazing Spider-Man game, the one for PS1 with all the fog. If anybody knows what I'm talking about. But yeah, that one, if there was that one level where you're chasing Venom, and if you had a pirated copy, I don't know if it was intentional or just a bug. I think it was intentional, but I'll assume it was. But there was one rooftop you couldn't. There was like a cutscene where he goes like off a roof and swings away, and you can't follow him, and that basically like kills the game right there. You have to cheat to get to the next level. So that one was interesting. Oh, interesting. So enemies miss if your defense exceeds their attack. I thought it would be just like a damage reduction. I guess it's both.
Sometimes the older games, or the Dragon Quest series in general, will sometimes display like a 0 damage roll as a miss. I think with different text to a like traditional miss.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of cheating, it's not really a cheat, but there was this thing in Dark Souls. I can't remember which one it was. It was either 1 or 2, where if anyone broke the release date, they get these black phantoms that would have these overpowered stats and kill you instantly.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, people do that. Like, people will gank your level 1 game and that kind of, like if you're doing a level 1 run or just low level areas, people. I don't know if anybody does it now because nobody. I mean, people still play Dark Souls, but it's not as popular. But back in the heyday. You'd get like unkillable invaders and stuff like that. I actually did encounter a few hackers. Sorry, what was that?
There's a pretty clever and funny way to punish people who broke the release date so soon.
Yeah, definitely.
He also talks about how Mother 2, one of the anti-piracy measures that was implemented for that game was to let you get all the way up to the final boss and then delete your save file, or like force crash the game and delete your save file right before you fought him.
That's funny.
Wow.
What was Spyro's? Shiba mentioned Spyro's classic piracy feature.
I don't know about Spyro's.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember hearing about that Serious Sam 3 one.
I remember Persona 5 will kill you off at the literal beginning of your first battle.
Huh, okay.
And then scold you for pirating it.
It's a bit hypocritical when all the characters in the game are thieves.
Well, yeah. I feel like that. I like hearing about that kind of thing. I wish it was more common than just like whatever denouement that like doesn't work. Yeah. I guess I guess if you think about it, you have to wait for a fix or like a no CD crack or whatever. Well, back in the day, now nobody uses CDs, but whatever to be released, and then you get maybe some people who wouldn't have bought it do buy it. So I guess it kind of works. But I don't know. Like the company has to pay the DRM developer, like that kind of thing, and then it's gonna get cracked anyway later on. So I guess it depends. And then Shiba mentions being one of those, the twinks who would invade low-level people. You know, I mean, you can't level yourself to the point where you're like unkillable, right? It's you have to hack for that. So it's like,
oh, we got a bot.
We got 2 bots. Very nice. But yeah, it's like, you know what? Noobs are gonna die anyway. So and it's fun to become, I don't know, to help them learn the basics of combat. And then Superbass mentions the Barrel of Doom from Sonic 3. I don't know that one either. But I don't know anything about any game.
I played Sonic 1 and 2, but never played 3.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure I only played each one once.
Okay. I played, I think, Sonic Heroes, I think, briefly.
I had a friend who kept banging on about that game for weeks.
It's really not that great, but it is good for a Sonic game.
Yeah. Yeah, Heroes is one where you could change characters. Yeah, I played that one. Again, like my dad got it for me. He pirated it and was like, here's a Sonic game. I was like, thanks. And I didn't like it that much. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. It was fine.
They get what you pay for.
All right, there you go. Exactly. I think at the time, I didn't know there were any Sonic games for the PC. I thought they were only console.
Yeah.
I don't know if I was right or wrong. But yeah, Shiba, never much into Sega games. Yeah, I was never into the whole...
The Sega consoles really had very few noteworthy games on them, so...
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh, there's one... Okay, so here's the Barrel of Doom. There's one stage in the game that features red barrels, and you can press up or down on the D-pad while on top of them to move them up or down. Okay. I guess I should let him finish typing so that we don't have cliffhangers. Oh, it's in the manual, okay. Oh, I see. One of the... Yeah, I remember a game, like certain games having a clue or code on the manual. Metal Gear Solid's a good example where the code to call Meryl is on the back of the game box, which you would not have if you pirated the game.
The Sierra point-and-click adventure games almost all had a puzzle that was unsolvable without material from the manual, for example.
Yeah, King's Quest, right? And Space Quest.
Yes.
Shiva says the only Sega game he really played was Shining Force 2, a turn-based tactics-styled RPG.
Okay. I don't think I've even heard of that one.
Shining Force 2, yes, I've played it.
Oh yeah, did you like it?
It's sort of like Sega version of Fire Emblem, although
Okay.
I'm not sure which one came out first or second. Actually, I played the first one to completion, and the second one I think only part way.
Sure.
But there are various things about Fire Emblem that I like better, that makes me overall prefer that series.
That's the one that survived.
Yeah.
I guess. So, Superbass says Sega actually apologized for the barrel thing because a lot of kids didn't read the manual and just got screwed over for no reason.
In Sonic 3?
Yeah, Sonic 3.
Yes, it's actually atrociously bad game design, yes. Because nothing in the game like indicates it. So it's like one of the most unintuitive fucking puzzles I've ever seen in a game.
Well, it's supposed to be, you have to have the manual. I guess they should tell you that, I don't know.
I guess so, yeah.
Because doesn't King's Quest just tell you, like, check the manual or something?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Maybe. I mean, King's Quest is also incredibly obtuse, so I guess if it doesn't, it's in line with the gameplay. So.
I played Sonic 3 recently and got stuck on that, like, to the point where I would run out of time and die, like, to the timer on the levels, and then had to look it up and to finally realize what it was.
Yeah.
But yes, that was actually quite appalling, that thing.
Well, it's funny that, like, Superbass mentioned kids don't read manuals, because, like, at least for me, I would read the manual when I got a game. But, like, a lot of manuals back then were, like, cool. They had, like, background info on the game. I remember the Halo manual standing out. It was, like, background info on all the weapons and vehicles and stuff that you don't get in the game. And then, like, Red Alert 2 had a cool one. It had, like, Wolfenstein, Return to Castle Wolfenstein was awesome. It has, like, a textured cover made to look like a journal or something, or like a dossier when you open it. And it has, like, all this background info and it's written all, like, in character, like you're secret agent or whatever. It's really cool. They don't do that anymore, you know. So I would read them.
Yes, the manual for Metroid insistently referred to Samus as a man to facilitate it being a twist when it was revealed at the end that she's a woman.
I heard about that. Yeah, nowadays I guess you get similar experience from, like, I guess now they can put that stuff in the game where it's like you want to read lore, you can do it in the game, but back then I guess you didn't have enough memory, so you put it in the manual. But I liked having that. I still have all my old manuals that I liked sitting around somewhere at home.
Remember, after I bought the game, I used to read the manual on the ride home.
Yeah. I did that. I did that with Halo. I was so excited to play it. I was like, shit, I gotta learn more about it. Shiba says, why can't Metroid crawl? I don't know.
Classic meme.
Metroids don't have legs.
I hope it doesn't say they don't have a leg to stand on.
No, I think the joke is people used to ask that because, well, they would refer to Samus as Metroid and ask why he couldn't crawl. Turns into a ball instead, I guess, is the real answer.
Yes, it's more convenient, actually. She's much faster in ball form than she would be crawling, I imagine.
She is. Maybe her armor, like the legs, don't bend that far. Who knows? Did you ever beat?
And she does have a cannon for her arm, literally. So.
Yeah. Did you beat Dread X-Death?
No, I barely played it actually.
Oh, okay. You're just not a fan, or were you playing other stuff?
Mostly just other stuff. Like that magnificent game Tomb Raider, for example, and that.
Oh yeah, I was surprised you didn't mention you were playing that.
Yes.
Yeah, that was like I see what people liked it. Like I think you mentioned all my thoughts basically. It was good, like action adventure game.
We'll probably go in more depth with it when we go to when we talk about it for the IGN thing, because that's why I
oh yeah, that's right.
Went ahead on my schedule to play it, because Shadow or Rise of the Tomb Raider is in the IGN bracket, which I don't think it should be. Honestly, I think it's one of those games it's not really good enough to be in a best games of all time bracket.
Yeah, I mean,
Rise is good, but definitely not.
Yeah.
Greatest game of all time, good.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yes. it kind of fits into how every AAA game now is like a exploration or a action adventure with exploration and crafting and RPG elements.
Yes.
But
Yes.
I actually do think it's one of the better takes on that I've seen, because I like jumping and climbing around and looking for treasures and stuff like that part of the game. I did get very bored of the third-person shooter side of the game as it went on, but
Yeah, I like the puzzles. The shooting was not bad, but it was fine. Yeah, I think the crafting was.
like Rise then. It's more action oriented than the first
is
one
it?
and Shadow.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I've heard Rise is good. I just like when I beat Shadow or I beat Tomb Raider, I was just like, okay, like I don't really want to play another game mostly just like that, even though I know Rise is better. Like immediately, I meant I'll play it. I don't mean like ever, but yeah. But I like the crafting. I mean, I don't usually like crafting, but it was uncomplicated. So
Yes.
you just like collect stuff and you use it to upgrade your weapons. So I was like, okay, cool.
well, I
that's fine.
like that it kind of sort of like gives you a reason to do the exploration, or a reward system for the exploration, but the issue with it is that all the upgrades are really lackluster, let's say, so you don't really care much about which ones you get. She also
Yeah,
has,
there's a
like,
few key ones, but once you get those, the rest are fine. Yeah.
Yeah, she
And with
also-
Shadow, there's a lot of puzzles, a lot of platforming, and a
Okay.
lot more puzzles after that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a bit unfortunate that most of the puzzles are like in the optional tomb areas, but you have to do the fighting and stuff, which is way less interesting. But yes.
Yeah, it's true. There's a few like good puzzles that stand out in the main quest, but yeah. Yeah. I forgot what I was gonna say. You guys ever played the like original Tomb Raider games?
I think I
Oh
played
man,
them
I
like
was wretched at that game.
Yeah, I watched my dad play them. I don't think I ever played the originals, but I watched the or I played the remakes, whatever, Underworld or whatever that series from whenever. Oh, we got a new viewer, Zaban. This is my greatest of all time game series. Great, another Dragon Quest fan. We have three. We have
yes.
3 Dragon Quest fans. See, this is all we needed to get a viewership, is to play this game. That's all we needed the whole
Apparently so, yes.
time.
Well, don't go back and watch the VOD for this one, because you might be upset about some of the things I say about Dragon Quest.
Yeah, well. Yeah, Shiva mentions the old Lara Croft having more of a personality, being snarky and badass. The new one is kind of mad. Yeah, I guess.
Personality, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes, I
she's
will
like
say
generic, nice, like heroic person. I don't know the new ones.
I cared more about the faceless and nameless main protagonist of Inside who never speaks than I did about the new Lara Croft by the end of the first game. So
Well, because the inside protagonist is you in a way, right?
yes,
It's
well,
like a self-insert kind of.
I think they both sort of do the thing where you kind of, at least are supposed to bond with the character through the shared hardships of the gameplay. But I think Inside was much more effective at that. Partially because Tomb Raider's gameplay is actually very easy.
Yeah.
But yeah, because like it occurs to me that if you just watched the cutscenes of Tomb Raider, it would actually be like very obviously insubstantial and short as a story.
Yeah.
So it kind of relies on like using the communication of the gameplay to make you care more about Lara. But I don't know.
Yeah,
If you know your way through the game, you could beat it in a literal day, like I
Sure.
did last year.
I think maybe that just comes down to poor
Yeah,
writing
let's
and
see.
stuff in part, because like one thing that's treated as very important is Lara's friendship with Sam, the like Japanese girl that's on her
Yeah,
voyage
yeah,
with
yeah.
her.
The,
But, like-
the princess you have to save.
Yeah, the actual scenes that like relate to their relationship are so thin and like not really present that it's really hard to care about the bond they allegedly have together.
And
Yeah.
Sheila says the Tomb Raider reboot cutscenes has the most annoying thing ever. Camera shake, all caps. The camera never stopped moving the entire time. Yeah. That was pretty
yeah.
annoying.
When did that game come out? 2013?
Yep.
Yeah. Camera shake was
Yes.
big for a while and
I-
everything.
I didn't like how exaggerated everything felt, where like everything Lara Croft ever climbs on starts collapsing and blowing up and all that sort of
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, and she's like getting whipped by branches and like brutally injured like the whole time and all this.
Yeah.
And those death scenes were crazy.
Yeah, yeah, they were gnarly. And the hair physics. I remember that was NVIDIA's new hair technology was in
Yes.
that game. and my
Rise
video card at the
is
time couldn't
too.
run it. Yeah. But I was gonna say my sister loved the older ones. Older, not the original, the other ones. The reboot. The first reboot.
You mean the first
I guess
reboot?
remake, because one of them, I don't remember. Let me look it up. Because one of them was a remake, and then they had the sequels.
Yeah, Tomb Raider Legend was the
Yeah, Legend was the remake. That's right. And theirs were. I remember liking them. They weren't. Like,
Never played the Legend reboots.
yeah, if you like the original game, but want like, it's just like, I mean, really, it's kind of just improved gameplay. It's the same story. I think they might change a few things or make it better, or make it different. I guess I shouldn't say better. I don't know. But I don't know. I liked those old ones. They weren't like the best ever, but they're called the Legend Trilogy. Yeah, Legend, Underworld, and the next one, Anniversary.
Yes. I will say, I think my biggest problem with Tomb Raider 2013 is like the disconnect between the story and the gameplay too, where it's supposed to be about Lara learning to survive in a hostile environment, but it has fucking regenerating health.
Oh yeah, I remember you. Oh yeah.
Easily using her.
I was gonna say, well, we mentioned regenerating health as Halo helped introduce it, right? And then I was like, well, it doesn't have that, but you said it has shields, which is like halfway there. And then Halo 2 and 3 do have fully regenerating health. So they went all the way. And then Reach, they went back to having separate shield and then health packs.
Yes. I guess somebody who knows more about first-person shooters than I do might be able to comment more on this, but I thought it was true that Halo is sort of credited with, like, introducing the idea of regenerating health to FPS games, and, like, future games like Call of Duty sort of taking influence from that.
Yeah, I don't know. I would also agree with you, but I'm not sure. Yeah, Halo Combat Evolved is credited for the first appearance. However, not only was it not the first, it did not even have regenerating health. Yeah, okay. There's always some game that does it first. Remember we were talking with Rame, where I was like, Wolfenstein 3D was the first FPS, and he was like, well, actually, it was this other game no one's ever heard of. It's like, okay, whatever.
Well, that's just
kind of, you're right, but
that comes down to the difference between being the first and being the one to popularize something, I guess. Like even with this game too, right? Like you can point out that there are other older RPGs like Ultima and stuff, but it's this one that sort of deserves to be credited with kicking off the JRPG genre and being popular enough that other JRPGs would take influence from it.
Yeah. Oh, and ODST also got rid of the regenerating health, which is odd because that's just like a Halo 3 expansion. Oh, okay. But anyway, yeah, Punch Out was the first video game to use a form of regenerating health. And then
really
others I haven't heard of. So YES. YS.
Yes, classic game series.
Yeah, that uses regenerating health apparently. I do like. I don't mind hybrid systems, like giving you a minimum cap. Like you get hurt, and if you have like below 15%, it'll recharge to 15. That's okay, I think. And like Resistance, that PS3 game used segments, or like between 25, 50, 75, and 100, it would regen up to those values. But then you have to find a health pack to get it back. I think it's better than the just like crouch for a bit and you're perfectly healthy again.
Well, I did say that, yes. I quite dislike that system, but in Tomb Raider particularly, when the theme of the game is survival, and the tagline of the game is "A survivor is born," having regenerating health, it actually made me a little angry that they chose to include that, because it was obvious that they just, like, put in the mechanics of a generic AAA game with no thought to how they related to the story and, like, conveying the experience that Lara was having. The other thing about it too is that she's supposed to be like this vulnerable little girl who's never fought before and is, just learning her way around. But you feel like fucking Predator, like mowing down all these helpers.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's like masterful with that bow and arrow and like every gun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I agree. Like if they had like similar to Call of Cthulhu, or we'll say Metal Gear Solid 3, where you could have to heal yourself that way, that would have been interesting. I don't know.
Yes.
Maybe people wouldn't have liked
I
it.
think a Metal Gear Solid 3 style system would have been really helpful. And I think they might. They probably also should have included like a hunger meter. Even though I hate that, it's just like it's necessary because there's the whole thing that like they have her kill an animal to hunt it for food for a cutscene, and then it never comes up again. Just so.
Yes, I remember that, and I stopped playing the game for a while, like a year, and I went back to it, and I like vividly remembered having to hunt for food. But then that wasn't a mechanic, and I was like, "Am I misremembering?" But no, that happened once, but then it just wasn't brought up again.
Yeah,
that's why. Yeah,
it
that
was
confused.
in a cutscene as a like mission that you had to do, but
Yeah.
it's never actually a mechanic in the game, which I think is a mistake. Even though I
Yeah.
do find hunger meters very annoying in games, I think it's probably worth including it if it sort of helps match the theme of the game.
Same. I agree. I guess like I usually don't like it, but I do like Subnautica a lot. And that game has all those mechanics. I don't know if the game is just like good enough that I'm cool with it, or if it does them particularly well. But yeah, I usually don't care for any kind of hunger, thirst, sleep meters.
Yeah.
But Subnautica, it's well done.
I think MGS3's implementation of it is also fine.
Yeah.
I guess
Yeah,
the
it
other
makes
like story gameplay disconnect. Oh yeah, Shiba mentioned like that Penny Arcade making fun of how Lara freaks out when she kills the first guy, but then like immediately after that, with the gameplay you can just mow down as many people as you want and she won't even react. And yes, I think it's another example of just what I mean about the disconnect between the story and the gameplay. Then there's also there's the Storm Guard who guard Himiko and like the Oni, and that's another one where they're like hyped up as these immortal warriors, and then when you fight them you shoot them with an assault rifle for 2 seconds and they die, or you can one shot them with bow and arrows to the head.
Shiva mentioned Wolf 3D wasn't even true 3D. Yeah, there's a lot of fun shortcuts those games use.
It was a 2.5D game, which was coming for a very long time. Like Daggerfall falls into that category as well.
Yep. Yeah, Doom. I remember Duke Nukem. Duke Nukem had fully 3D movement where you could like actually jump, compared to like Doom. But Doom you could go up and down. You just didn't have a jump function. But Descent, that was an interesting one. I don't know if you guys know anything about that. It's like a fully little spaceship flying around like a maze of mining tunnels, fighting robots. But that game was I don't know if it was the first or one of the first games to have like full like 6 degrees of freedom movement and all this. Very confusing to get around. It's like a 3D maze. But those games are fun. And then Quake was the first fully 3D FPS game. That's very possible. I don't know of any that predate that.
I know Quake was considered to be like very technologically revolutionary at the time of its initial release.
Oh yeah, a lot of games use the Quake or a Quake engine. Like I spoke of Return to Castle Wolfenstein, which uses the Quake 3 engine. That's the game. I had a third game in my lineup that I was going to play, and that's it.
Oh,
and I was going to say, I don't know if you guys ever played that one, but that's a great one. Game of the Year 2000. I actually had that one on CD. I didn't pirate that one when I was a kid. I think my dad bought it for himself, and then I don't know if he even beat it. Anyway, pretty much every game nowadays has some kind of Quake DNA. Yeah, no, definitely. Half-Life, the Source engine is based on the Quake engine, so there's that. I don't know about Unreal because everything uses the Unreal engine now. Oh, Superbass pointed out that we got sleep.
Yes. So the main method that you have to beat enemies who are sort of above your level is to put them to sleep and kind of pray that they stay asleep long enough for you to kill them.
Yeah, I think Superbass was mentioning that earlier to get your gold, but we didn't have sleep yet.
It's one of the important spells. You get a spell called Hurt, which does a small amount of damage, but it's usually not really cost efficient to use it instead of just attacking and healing when you need to heal.
I noticed your the Warlocks or whatever used that against you a lot.
Magi Drekkies will as well.
Mm-hmm. Wolfenstein I want to play because I actually have a mod called, it's like a modern or adds some modern mechanics and changes things up, which I think would be cool to show off. And actually, it would be my first time playing it with that on, so assuming it works, that would be fun. It's called. Oh, weird. Let's see. It's one of those mods that's like listed as a separate game in Steam. Well, I'll find it. Oh, there it is. Real RTCW. Yeah.
Jiba asked if anyone remembers Raven's 09 version of Wolfenstein.
Yeah. Well, you
Yeah,
can't.
say that
You
into
can barely buy that one anymore. I never played it. That game got a lot of flack for. It wasn't as good as RTCW, but it didn't deserve a lot of the hate that it got. I never played it, but I've heard it's legitimately a decent game. But yeah, nobody really cared about it, or you can't find it anymore anywhere.
That game is memorable for having been reviewed in limerick form by Yahtzee, and that's about it.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember his review. Yeah, Raven. What is Raven doing these days? I used to love a lot of their games. Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast. Raven.
I think they're mostly a support studio for Call of Duty games now.
Oh god, that's so sad.
That is quite sad.
That's the worst thing I've heard all day. Yeah,
Anything that developed the X-Men Legends games I love so much.
Call of Duty with its negative cultural impact, am I right?
Yes. Superbass says the current no manipulation world record picks up a very lucky metal scorpion kill on the way to get the first key. You save a lot of time. I see. Using hurt. Yeah, that's cool.
Oh, that's, yes. Niche uses for what is mostly not a very good skill, but yes.
Yeah.
Yes, a famous aspect of the games that I guess I could explain is the metal monsters. So there's metal slimes that will usually just run away, but if you're lucky enough to kill them, will give you a really disproportionate amount of experience. And then even other metal enemies exist as well. In the later Dragon Quest games, they make it into more of a game mechanic where there's specific skills and stuff that are good against metal enemies, and you can use to hunt metal monsters for experience and stuff like that as a good method of grinding. But in this game, it's just if you go to an area where metal slimes can spawn and happen to run into one, then happen to get lucky enough to actually kill it, you'll get a lot of experience. It will take away the amount of time it takes you to grind for your next, threshold.
You can use sleep and hurt on wolves too. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's like you said, X it's a low level kind of thing. When you replay this game and speedrun it, we can take advantage.
Yes.
Yeah, I looked up Raven software just to. It was Wolfenstein that kind of killed them because they laid off a fuck ton of people after it failed.
Sounds like an Activision thing to do.
I'll be away for a second using the bathroom, you two. Keep each other company until then.
Alright.
Sounds good.
Oh, they made X-Men Legends. That's a great game.
Yeah. 1, 2, and the Marvel Ultimate Alliance.
Nice, I love those. X-Men Legends 2 is awesome.
I downloaded the PS2 emulator just for those games.
Well, you can play those on PC.
Yeah. Well, emulator, yeah.
No, X-Men Legends 2, yeah, I played it. I didn't have an emulator. I used to play it on PC. X-Men 2, not 1. 1, I think you're right, that it was only for the, only for consoles. But X-Men Legends 2 and the first Ultimate Alliance were on PC as well.
Yeah, I think Activision took them down, though. Some kind of license issue.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure you probably can't find them anymore.
Well, I can't find them on console anymore either.
That sucks. And then, I don't remember. I remember Ultimate Alliance 2, I think, was some kind of...
Vicarious Visions.
Yeah, a different company. Oh, my mouse is freaking out. Why? It's weird. Oh, no, it was on Windows. Maybe it released later.
It was on PC at one time.
Oh, yeah, it got released for PC 7 years after its original release. That's why I never played it.
Yeah.
All right.
The PS2 and Xbox versions were basically unplayable.
Oh, okay, that sucks.
That's pretty
Yeah,
obvious.
I remember it
for
came out on the
PS3
Wii.
and 360.
Yeah, I almost got it for the Wii because I think I had a Wii at that time, but I guess I never did. So I never played it. And there was a 3, which I don't even remember there being a 3.
Yeah, it's a Switch exclusive.
Ah, okay, that's why I don't remember it.
I haven't beaten it yet though. It's a little too chaotic.
Appealing to the Zoomer crowd.
really easy to lose your characters. Like, can't figure out where they are sometimes.
Alright, I'm back. What are we talking about? Zoomers?
We're talking about Marvel Ultimate Alliance. Well, Raven developed X-Men Legends, and so we got into talking about X-Men Legends 2 and Ultimate Alliance, which I had played on PC back in the day.
I heard the word Marvel and instantly was overwhelmed by feelings of profound disinterest.
Oh, yeah. Well, so X-Men Legends 2 and Ultimate Alliance, I guess Legends 1 as well, but which I never played, were really good games. And that was, I think, before Disney acquired Marvel. Maybe. Well, at least X-Men and Ultimate Alliance 1, I think. Shiva mentioned...
those games are near and dear to me.
Yes.
Gleam. Huh. Interesting. I looked it up. Commercial software emulator. Final release 20 years ago. Okay, sad. Oh, it just got actually acquired by Pico Interactive with plans to start a retro gaming focused online storefront. Okay.
That sounds truly delightful.
Yeah. Oh, PS2 emulating to play Ultimate Alliance, yeah. I like never played using emulators. The only thing I played on an emulator I think was Ace Combat, kind of recently.
I've used Game Boy Advance and SNES emulators pretty extensively, but never PlayStation.
Sure. I might look into the PS3 emulator because you can play. I mean, that works now. You can play like Demon's Souls. In fact, that's like where the Demon's Souls community is now. I think just because the servers are down.
That would make sense.
Actually, you had that at one point, but I couldn't get it to run properly. Frame rate was, it was bad.
Yeah, back in the I think it's improved a lot. I remember when I had a PS3. Well, like I still have it, but when it was out, like people were saying how impossible it was to emulate because of the unique like processor architecture. But now they use
dumb architecture. You mean dumb?
Yeah,
and she says
it cracked eventually, right?
Yeah, it's just like, I guess, I don't know if it's they figured out the trick or if you just brute force it with having a powerful enough processor. But yeah, like Shiba says, I've heard that Demon's Souls runs perfectly now. I remember when it came out, it was a little weird, but now, I don't know what else I'd play. I still have my PS3, so I was thinking about getting a PS5 so I could play some games I missed out on, but what with the economy? Gonna wait a while. Wait a minute. Maybe a PS4, honestly, because I just want to play Bloodborne. And
I was gonna mention Bloodborne. Yes, I was gonna say with a PS5, could you even play Bloodborne?
Yeah, I think it's backwards compatible.
Okay.
And I think they're releasing like an updated version, maybe. But I think they're releasing one for PC as well, based on those rumors. So, and then like Spider-Man, I've heard is really good. The new one.
Yeah, Marvel's Spider-Man. Yes, people liked that.
Honestly, though, Spider-Man's like always been pretty good. I think aside from a few standouts, I don't know about the spin-off, like the Game Boy games and all that, but as far as like stuff available on PC, I've heard they're all quite good. Yeah, Shiba, I know, but something recently there was some like other rumor that made it more viable. Maybe like it got a database on Steam or something. I don't know.
Yes. Well, for anyone in future who's watching it or something, Shiba was talking about PC versions of Bloodborne. There have been rumors for a long time that it might eventually come to PC. Yes, who can say, right?
Eventually it'll get emulated.
True.
I'll just wait for that.
It's a really good game. I don't know if it's worth buying a PS4 on its own, but
that would be like I mean, there are other games, but that's.
God of War, that's still only on.
Oh yeah, that's right. I
PS4,
forgot about the classic God of
That's
War.
definitely a video game that exists.
I mean, yeah, I also want to play that. I forgot about it.
Well, you know, Hybrid has strong feelings towards that game, I guess. Would you
Well,
like
it's
to talk
IGN's
about it?
best game.
Well, I
of,
like the
ever.
reboot more than the original games, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what we're talking about.
I think everyone.
I think everyone
does.
I remember
Especially
enjoying
with
the
it coming
original
to
games.
PC now. That's one less reason for me to keep my PS4.
Ah,
Oh, well, there you go. Then I guess, and that's one less reason for Mr. Ray to buy a PS4.
yeah, I guess.
Yeah, so sometimes you talk about it as if you really love God of War 2018. Would you like to say anything? Would you like to explain your feelings on that subject?
Explain yourself.
Maybe when the PC version comes out, I could go into more depth. Can't really think of anything to say about it right now.
Write a Steam review. Well, it's mostly the story, I guess, that,
No, just
that really people are really attached to. Is that your main thing too? That you like the story?
Yeah, it's when you compare it to how angry Kratos was in the original trilogy, it's more grounded, a
Yeah,
little more thoughtful.
I do find that
It's
kind
not
of
just-
refreshing because I was quite annoyed by how much of a d-bag he was in the old games.
Right.
Yeah. Now he's a little more cautious, a little more careful. He's not trying to kill everything in sight.
Yeah.
Just wants to keep to himself.
Got a kid.
So you relate to that, of course, right?
Oh, definitely. Of course.
Well, Neko made this comparison between God of War and The Last of Us, the first Last of Us mainly. Do you have an opinion on which one of those is a better story?
Hmm. I'm gonna say
Choose wisely.
not by much, but probably The Last of Us. But
Okay.
not by much.
So
Okay.
you quite like Last of Us as well, then I guess. 'Cause
I
all
played the first one,
yeah.
and well, the second one's well, you all know my feelings on that.
I know you enjoy the violence of the second one. I'm not sure if you like the story though.
Sure.
No, the story was good though. I
Okay.
can't understand why people still drag it through the mud.
It's very
It's pretty short.
controversial, yes. I haven't played it, so I can't really offer an opinion on that matter.
I mean, the most controversial thing is, well, I don't want to spoil it for
Yeah,
anyone
The
watching,
big
but
spoiler
still,
that happens right at the start, yes.
I don't really think that's anything worth
I think
getting angry over, though.
Well, we talked about it on the Nitpick podcast, the IGN thing, but that is yeah, we are spoiling every game on there, so maybe not in other random streams.
I'm not very attached to the character that the thing happens to, so it doesn't inspire strong feelings in me one way or the other.
Sure. Well, I was going to mention, actually, speaking of Last of Us, I was going to talk about Tomb Raider. We talked about how ridiculous it is that Laura kills and then immediately doesn't give a shit. Whereas I feel like Last of Us handled that a bit better, where you do still kill a bunch of people as Joel, who is a killer. But as Ellie, I don't know, it's kind of a new thing for her, and I think the game handles that a little better. At least the gameplay and story are more interconnected compared to how Tomb Raider does it.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say that, I had actually observed that like Tomb Raider kind of does make me feel, like appreciate The Last of Us more, because I feel like The Last of Us was trying to do a similar thing and was overall much more successful at that than Tomb Raider was. Whereas going for this like serious, gritty story through generic AAA gameplay, and you know, kind of heavy on the cutscenes and dialogue, but it's like I think a lot better written overall with much more three-dimensional characters than Tomb Raider has.
Mm-hmm.
Because really, what can you say about like this version of Lara Croft? She's very resilient, I guess, and likes archaeology, and that's about it, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Joel and Ellie do both sort of have their strengths and flaws that are derived from their backstory and stuff like that. They kind of make them feel more like real people. I think that's the main strength of The Last of Us, is that both main characters are reasonably well realized.
Yeah, yeah.
But I keep harping on this, but I do think it is a big issue that like Ellie is invulnerable and won't be detected by enemies at all, because like that's annoying. It would be annoying if she were, but it is also like important to making the gameplay portray Joel's protectiveness of her, which is sort of the main point of the story, really.
Mm-hmm.
So similar to Tomb Raider, including regenerating health. I think that was a very bad decision for the gameplay and story mixing.
Right.
If you want her to survive, you should have given her health packs or at least healing items.
Yeah, and God of War actually does the same thing too, I'm afraid, where Kratos is like trying to be very protective of Atreus, but the enemies seem to just ignore him and stuff like that.
Well, the thing is, Kratos is half god, so it's more understandable when you look at it that way, but there are still instances where you have to pick up health items for him to restore his health.
It has the Star Wars for the Phantom Menace for PS1 method of healing in boss fights, where there are just like health packs strewn around the boss area, and you have to like ration them out.
Oh, dude, I played that game. That game was fucking trip. I used to play that. That was a really unique game. It's terrible, but I played that so much when I was a kid.
Yes, I also played it quite a bit when I was little. Well, the reason that I'm reminded of that game in particular by that kind of health system is because I have this very specific memory of my dad getting to the part where you fight Darth Maul in the hangar bay or whatever and letting me play that part. And the strategy I used was that the first time he ever hit me at all, I would go and pick up one of the health items. So like completely wasting it to heal a tiny shrivel of HP, which of course resulted in me losing the fight really badly.
Sure.
It was just because I was like 4 years old at the time and did not understand.
Yeah. That game had some cool parts. Like I really liked Mos Eisley because you can like go around and talk to people and that kind of thing. And then, but the other part that stands out is the Gungan level, which is so fucking atrocious. With all the like the awful like platforming and puzzles.
Yeah.
God, I hate it.
I know I got to that part, but I can't remember it very well. Except that it was one of those things that like. I know everyone hated it, but I was so young when I played it that I can't really like remember or articulate what was good or bad about it.
Yeah, I mean, I was also young and I enjoyed it at the time, even though it was like I remember it being incredibly frustrating, but I was like, well, this is just how the game is. Like, there's nothing wrong with it, you know. Whereas now it's like, no, the controls sucked. Some of the puzzles and all this, like the fetch quests, were really obtuse, you know, that kind of things. I don't think it was even like very good looking for the time. I'm not sure. I might be just projecting at this point. But
I remember that Qui-Gon. I remember that Qui-Gon had a lot of like voice lines. Like he would complain if you got too close to him while you were fighting.
Yes.
He'd go, be careful, Obi-Wan. I need more room to fight.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I remember that you could kill him too, and you could kill Jar Jar, and both of them were game over conditions. So when I was a kid, I would get bored because I couldn't figure out what to do next, and so I would just like keep killing Qui-Gon and Jar Jar.
Same, and in the Gungan level, killing any of the Gungans, I don't know if it results in a game over, but they all become hostile, so the level's unbeatable. But I would get bored or like stuck, and I would just like go kill everyone if I could or whatever. But Shiva says that game had music in it, like actual Williams music that was not present in the commercial soundtrack release. So he used it to cobble together a complete version of the soundtrack. That's interesting.
I'm surprised we all have this many specific memories about the Star Wars, the Phantom Menace.
I don't know,
for PS1.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that game up. I have a lot of fond memories of that.
Yes, definitely a classic. Yeah, so that reminds me of another Dragon Quest point of trivia, I guess, that's worth discussing, which we talked about this in Mother as well, is that the recently deceased composer of all the Dragon Quest games was like very had some very strong opinions on Japanese foreign policy, let's say. He denied the World War II war crimes, and he also, a condition for him to continue working on the series was that it would have to be like released with different music overseas, because he like refused to allow his music to be in games for gaijins. So if you play the like American version of Dragon Quest, it has like different altered music. And so I guess people mod it like their normal music back in, of course. But when he died, it was quite appalling, really. But on Game Facts, like, people made a thread for to announce the fact that he had died, like as a news article. And a lot of the response there was like, "Good riddance. He was a war crime denying piece of shit."
Jeez. Yeah.
I was quite like depressed or upset by it, not even because I care about him as a person, but just because like the general attitude that displays what is kind of horrible. But my attitude towards him is like, it's not even really a matter of separating the art from the artist, because his actual work isn't even of particularly good quality to begin with. Because really the music in these games is mostly very generic and repetitive and kind of lackluster. IMO.
Sure.
These wolves really are nasty. Within a non-speedrun strategy, I've reached a point where you like permanently take up residence on this southern island to grind on the higher level encounters.
Okay.
Although it seems like I might still have to run away from the wolves until I get some better armor. This just kind of means a change of scenery for our grinding, though, unfortunately. Yeah, I think the only way I can beat wolves at this level is with sleep, which is a very unreliable strategy. Sometimes it won't even hit him in the first place, and sometimes he'll wake up right away, like this time.
Right, yeah.
Yes, in more modern RPGs, there will be a hard limit on how many consecutive turns somebody can be under a state effect like sleep, but there is not in this one, so through RNG manipulation, you can even beat the final boss at a very low level by just making him fall asleep for the whole fight.
That is interesting.
Yeah, the odds of it happening are so low, though, that like without actual RNG manipulation, it won't happen.
I feel like most games, just like most games where I've encountered a sleep spell or mechanic, you wake them up when you hurt them, so it can't be used.
Yes.
But I guess here that wouldn't work, because you're only against one opponent at a time. So.
Yes, that would render it completely useless.
Yes.
I think even in later Dragon Quest games it does work like that. I'm not sure how far into the series you have to get before it changes, though.
Okay.
Shiva says this musical score does not quite measure up to the moon level from DuckTales. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with... I know DuckTales has good music, that's all I know in general, but I like the theme of the show.
Yes.
How long has it been since I've seen that show?
I think I just enraged every Dragon Quest fan of watching this by running away from a metal scorpion.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry. As soon as I did it, I realized it was not the right call.
Now you gotta save Scum, get it back.
Rule of thumb: don't run away from metal enemies.
Yeah. That reminds me of, I think I told this story. When I borrowed my friend's Pokemon game and I killed a legendary and he got like super pissed.
Yes.
Because I was supposed to capture it. I guess it wasn't actually my friend, it was just some kids. I don't really care that much, but I still felt bad. In fact, it was a kid I didn't like. But still, I didn't mean to do it.
I mean, I did that to Entei before I knew it was a legendary Pokemon.
That's sad. Yes, my friend, back in Pokemon Gold days, killed Ho-Oh and saved for no real reason. Like, he knew that it was a legendary Pokemon and you wouldn't be able to catch it again, but still just kind of did it. And I don't think that even at the time, I don't think could explain why.
That's a true doomer.
Yes. Yes,
no real friend would do something like that.
It was on his own game, to be fair. It wasn't mine.
Sure.
So,
Oh, then all is well.
but yes, I saw that and I was like, that's what I want to be like, and then I became a doomer ever since. That's my origin story.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he inspired you.
Yes. Inspired me to play Vex and League of Legends and get really mad and rage quit.
Or Caitlyn, self-defeating.
Yes. Well, that's why I play ADC, because it gives you the excuse to be a boomer, because the role's so weak, or doomer, I mean. It is the doomer role.
Yeah, somebody on Reddit today asked, like, I don't understand the ADC role because you have to like try so much harder. And somebody explained, like, well, it's just the most team-based role because you have to have people peeling for you in order to be effective, and nobody does that up until like Diamond. So
Is that right?
Yes.
Oh, Rame's here. Hello, welcome. Yes, we have Shiba back, and we have two others. Superbass, who is a Dragon Quest expert, giving us a lot of tips and speedrun strats. And then who else posted? Zaban was here, so just saying this is his greatest game series of all time. I'm guessing, like I said, it's because anybody looking for Dragon Quest game play will just see our stream. I don't know if anybody else has been playing it. In fact, why don't I check instead of guessing? I want to see who else is playing Dragon Quest in 2021.
We're playing the very first one. I would
The
not
very
be
first
surprised at all to see that this was the only stream.
Dragon Quest. 38 viewers. Yeah, this is but look, here we are. We are the first podcast.
Wow.
We got a whopping 7 viewers too.
We do. So we have a solid, not like a fourth of
Yes.
a fifth of the
That
viewers.
must be another one of our firsts tonight. This must be the first time that TMP has been the most popular stream for any game.
Yeah, everyone else is playing the randomizer or racing co-op. Huh?
That makes
Interesting.
sense.
Yeah, we were just playing it.
The vanilla game, yes. This ageless masterpiece from 1990 or 86.
Yeah. The description is interesting. The player takes the role of a nameable hero. The hero's name has an effect on his statistical growth over the course of the game. Battles are fought in a turn-based format, and experience points and gold are awarded after every battle, allowing the hero to level up in ability and allows them to buy better weapons, armor, and items. Progression consists of traveling over an overworld map and through dungeons, fighting monsters encountered via random battles on the journey. I guess I never read a Twitch game description before. Are they also like matter of fact? I guess that's good so you know what you're watching.
I don't really know.
I find it interesting that the second sentence says the hero's name has an effect on his statistical growth over the course of the game. I guess that's interesting. It's not really apparent in the game necessarily unless you're looking for it. But...
Yes, I didn't know that until our guest filled me in.
He says the other day he was the only fellow playing Hellpoint in Clive Barker's Undying. So he tends to get a lot of viewers when streaming more esoteric titles.
Yeah,
Yes,
and
it makes
actually,
sense because you're competing less with other streams, right? So if you find somebody who likes that game, they'll have to go to your stream.
they have to. They have no choice but to watch us. That's what we have to do is force people in here. No, I want to play Undying because you mentioned it, and I remember that I haven't. I never played that much of it. I think what happened, I was playing it, and then it took so long to get set up for some reason. I don't remember what was wrong with it, but maybe to get like the widescreen fix working, and then my hard drive got wiped, and I was like, I'm not doing that again. So I have it installed, and I need to play it. But I'll play it on stream. It should be fun. It's an example of a good horror FPS. Or
So
I guess
not like Call of Cthulhu then.
No, more like Fear. But it's supposed to be good. I had fun. I don't know how popular it is overall. Like Fear is considered like just one of the best FPS games, whereas Undying is not. But I think it's still like there's nothing like super wrong with it.
I don't know what really meant by forcing Shiba to join this stream.
Oh, that was just
There's
Rain.
no extortion going on in here.
That was just an excellent gist by Rain. Yes, maybe we should do Pixar Facts now, because I don't think the stream will go too much longer.
That's fair. Yeah, sure. We don't have to. You can save them, of course, as well.
I think we should. I think for Dragon Quest, it's a good idea to have a Pixar Facts
Okay.
every time. So yes, of course, today we will be doing Up. One of the reasons I delayed this stream is so I could watch Up.
Oh, okay.
because
That was your preparation.
Yes, I want to give my opinion on each stream, so I think I end up kind of echoing what is a fairly common sentiment about the movie, where the opening is very strong, but it kind of falls off a little after that. So similar to WALL-E, it's very good at its best, but a little bit inconsistent. Although WALL-E, in my opinion, is at its best for a much larger proportion of the film and stuff, or than Up. So there's stuff with the dogs and everything, and the like villain who owns all the dogs that I could kind of do without personally, or like take or leave. There's a couple, all the parts that like relate to Carl and his wife are really good. And I did sort of appreciate how, like, even after that part, the rest of the story was about, like, his inability to move on from the loss of his wife.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely the core theme and sort of the message that he learns. But I actually thought that was done better in my real favorite movie, Meet the Robinsons, where it's also a central theme, but, like, everything that goes on in the main character's adventure is sort of, like, relates directly back to that idea. Because he's going into the future and seeing the future he can have if he moves on and like lets go of his mom abandoning him, which is his thing.
Yeah.
Whereas in Up, the stuff that he goes through that sort of presents him with an alternate path is kind of just like random and disconnected for the most part.
Okay.
Just now you're meeting this kid and he's got like a pet exotic bird that you have to protect together. It's like, it doesn't really relate directly back to the idea of moving on in the same way that the stuff in Meet the Robinsons does.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, that's my extreme animation hot take. Meet the Robinsons is better than Up. I'm probably one of 3 people in the world who holds that opinion.
I don't know. I mean, sure. Yeah, I know Up is well loved, but I think you're right there. It is mostly the beginning and how it like emotionally primes you for the rest of the movie and that kind of thing.
Yeah, not that the rest of the movie is bad, but it's just not nearly as strong in comparison, basically. Maybe if you really like dogs, you'll really like the rest of the movie.
Sure.
Okay. Yes. So, Up trivia. Here we go. The construction project around Carl's house is being undergone by the By and Large Corporation that we met during WALL-E. And Carl is buying tickets to Venezuela. The Burbank font, which is commonly used in Disney Canada's Club Penguin, appears in a sign which reads Brazil, and another one identical to it that reads Peru.
Okay.
Yes. Did you ever play that masterpiece, Club Penguin?
I did not. I'm familiar with it, though.
Yes, I played it very briefly back in the day.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to include that fun fact, because it brought back wonderful memories of playing Club Penguin
Of course.
as a child. Okay, this one is on the Pixar Wiki, but I don't know if I believe it. So, at one point in the movie, during the scene when everyone is looking at Carl's floating house, a man in a green striped shirt resembling Steve from the children's series Blue's Clues can be seen. I think he probably just has a green shirt, and they chose to read that as a reference to Blue's Clues when it was just
I guess,
a green
yeah.
shirt.
Green shirt and brown hair. I don't know. Yeah.
Yes.
It's not hard to resemble him.
Yes. Lotso from Toy Story 3 is also visible on a girl's bedside table during that scene, so another example of Toy Story referencing their future movies, or Pixar rather, referencing their future movies.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so Carl sends the kid, whose name is escaping me at the moment, on a fool's errand to chase a snipe just to get rid of him. And apparently in real life it is a tradition for hunters to prank each other by challenging them to kill a snipe, which is a non-existent animal.
Yes.
It's a common practice as a Boy Scout rite of passage as well.
Okay, yeah, I've heard of the snipe hunt.
Yes, as part of the prank, you give the victim a pillowcase or a bag to catch the snipe in, apparently.
Oh yeah, that's help him out a bit.
The dogs check their communication as a reference to Star Wars. They call themselves like green and then a number, similar to how it was red and number in Star Wars when they're chasing the Death Star.
Oh, yep.
It's changed to gray because dogs can't see the color red, of course.
That is amusing. I like the idea of that joke.
Yes. Charles Muntz's dogs play poker in a reference to the Dogs Playing Poker series of paintings that Brown and Bigelow commissioned to advertise cigars.
Classic.
Yes, very famous, very stupid paintings that you'll probably be familiar with.
But you gotta reference it.
Okay. Pixar employees visited the Sacramento Zoo and sketched the Himalayan monal pheasant due to its colorful feathers for references in the creation of Kevin. Kevin is the exotic bird that Charles Muntz is chasing.
Okay.
Here's another one that I wrote down because the Pixar fact had it, and it was clear that they were stretching to come up with fun facts. So,
Okay.
in Japan, the film is called Karu Jisan no Soru Tabu Ka, which means Grandpa Carl's Flying House. And then they say, the name bears an uncanny resemblance to Miyazaki's Howl's Moving Castle.
Okay. Wow, that is uncanny.
Yes, so the Japanese title for Howl's Moving Castle is Haru no Ugoku Shiro. So it doesn't sound anything like the Japanese title for Up. So they're completely bullshitting there.
You need to contact them and tell them how stupid that fact is.
Yes. I read that fact at 1 of the 5. Okay. The tree Carl Fredricksen and his wife Ellie go to for a picnic is the same as the one in Toy Story 2 and A Bug's Life.
Uh-huh. Okay.
According to the director's commentary, there are 10,297 balloons used to lift Carl Frederick's house, but in actuality they calculated it would take about 26.5 million balloons to lift it.
Wow. Yeah, that makes sense. It would take like that many balloons. I mean, you could lift like a dude, like maybe a couple dudes, not a house. That reminds me of the famous the Balloon Boy event. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
No, I'm not.
That may have inspired the whole movie. Who knows? This guy basically filled a helium gas balloon and released it into the sky, and then pretended to panic and claimed that his 6-year-old son, whose name is Falcon, was trapped inside it. And basically this attracted worldwide attention as helicopters and police pursued the balloon and trying to rescue this child who was not in the balloon at all. And yeah. So, well, and then they didn't find the kid in the balloon, and then somebody reported that an object fell from it. So then they started like searching, like thinking the kid fell and was like injured or dead and all this. But he was then found hiding in the attic of his home where he had been the entire time.
Delightful, wow. Did the man get charged over that?
He did. In fact, he faced several felony charges.
Yeah.
And let me see.
That hoax must have caused like a lot of fucking inconvenience and hassle for a large number of people by the sounds of it.
Yeah, but it wasn't too harsh. He was sentenced to 90 days in jail. Well, the jail sentence was not too harsh, but he was ordered to pay $36,000. But what? I'm sorry, I'm just reading this live. They have maintained their innocence, claiming they were pressured into a guilty plea. And then the governor pardoned them, so that's it, I guess. But
okay. How could they be innocent of that if the boy was not in the balloon?
I know. Like, he was or wasn't in there, and he wasn't. So you said he was. Whatever. Anyway, that's that.
I don't believe that was the inspiration for the film, because we'll get into parts of that as one of our films.
Okay.
But, yes. So the next one is that the Itchy and Scratchy short PU from the Simpsons episode Lona Lisa is a parody of this film. And that SpongeBob also parodied it in one episode by having Patrick lift his house with balloons. The priest at Carl and Ellie's marriage has the same character model as a gynecologist who diagnoses Ellie as infertile.
Sad.
Yes. The special collar used on pets with an injury to stop them from biting themselves is called, formerly known as an Elizabethan color, but because of Up has become more popularly known as a cone of shame, to which it is referred as in the film. And
I've only ever heard it called a cone of shame.
yes. That was at least popularized by Up.
Okay, interesting.
And Pixar Wiki also claims that Up single-handedly changed the meaning of squirrel from hide to be distracted. Although, I don't know. I think maybe for a brief period of time after the movie came out, some people might have used it.
Yeah, I've never heard that, so
Yeah.
that's dubious.
Young Ellie was played by director Pete Docter's daughter, Ellie.
Okay. Cool.
Yes.
That's always fun. Get some family members in there.
Yes. He doesn't have the balloons, and has a basement, but somebody built a real-life copy of Carl and Ellie's house.
Okay.
Painting over the fireplace.
Interesting. Why? I mean, I guess they like the movie a
They
lot.
really love Pixar, I guess, yes.
Sure.
And on a show called How Hard Can It Be, people did actually manage to float a house using helium-filled balloons, apparently. I didn't look that up to verify it, though, but I choose to believe it. On the Blu-ray menu, pressing the left arrow on your remote reveals The Egg, a short piece in which the filmmakers discuss the abandoned plans to make Kevin's eggs into the elixir of youth. So,
Oh,
yes.
Alright.
Slightly strange scrap story idea there.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. We've in the game we've learned the spell Radiant, which kind of does the same thing as a torch. So we theoretically no longer need to carry torches.
Nice.
Well, I think there might be some advantages to using torch instead. Like it saves MP, that would be the big one.
Yeah. You have
Radiant
some...
might wear off as well, but I can't remember for sure.
Okay. Does the torch not wear off when you're in the
It
cave?
doesn't seem like it from what I'm playing so far, but I might be wrong.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I hadn't noticed it wearing off, but I didn't know that it was, or at least you thought it was indefinite.
Okay. So yeah, Peep Doctor developed the fantasy of a flying house on the idea of escaping from life when it becomes too irritating, which stems from his difficulty with social situations growing up. And he selected an old man for the main character after drawing a picture of a grumpy old man with smiling balloons. So it sounds like he probably didn't take inspiration from the Balloon Boy story.
Yeah, probably not. Reading the story, it didn't seem particularly similar to what I know about Up, aside from balloons being involved.
Yeah, no, that's true.
It reminded me of it.
Balloons lifting things that are normally too heavy for balloons to lift, I guess, is the only real connection.
Yes.
So Russell, the little boy that Carl's hanging out with, mentioned somebody named Phyllis, and it's written to be ambiguous as to whether she's his dad's secretary or his father's second wife.
Okay.
Apparently the Pixar execs themselves don't have an answer for that.
Interesting. Never thought people would ask.
Yes.
Who cares?
There's also a supposed point of trivia where it's one of the very few times divorce is mentioned at all in a Disney movie.
Oh yeah.
Or implied to exist, as it is in this case.
Yeah.
Okay. The original opening involved a young Ellie and Carl constantly out to punch each other due to a childish rivalry until they fall in love in their teen years. Then one of Ellie's last acts in her hospital bed is to throw Carl an affectionate punch in the chest. And Pete Doctor said he got funny looks from test viewers. That does sound really weird, so I'm kind of glad they changed it, yes.
Am I coming through okay? My internet's like weirdly slow.
You might have cut out just a moment ago,
Okay. Oh,
but now you sound fine.
okay. Works for me. Anyway.
Yes. Well, did you say anything about that last fact? Because if you did, I did not hear you.
No. Actually, I just said, huh.
Okay.
This is just an interesting one.
Sure.
I guess I wouldn't. I was thinking I wouldn't have. It didn't sound weird to me, in particular. Just like a callback to a childhood thing, I guess.
Well, I guess maybe the initial childhood thing of them trying to punch each
Yeah,
other. and
that's
then
true. That is.
Then becoming romantically involved is a little awkward.
Sure. I mean, girls and boys do annoy each other or hurt each other to get attention. If they, sometimes if you like somebody, but I don't know. Shouldn't support that kind of bullying in a movie.
True. Well, that's something people complain about is when shows portray the idea that if somebody like bullies you, that might be a sign they like you.
Yeah. It's usually, in my experience, not the case. Quite the opposite, in fact.
Yeah. Okay. There were plans at one point for Carl to make a balloon animal of Kevin to lure months into its labyrinth home and then abandon him there. This was done away with due to Pete Docter feeling that it would make the ending more about months than about Carl and Ellie. That sounds kind of morbid, I think, but I also like that it's sort of a more unique ending, because what happens to him in the movie, the final product of the movie, is that he just kind of does the generic Disney villain fall to your death sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Which is...
Yeah, I kind of like, I respect when movies take a little bit of a riskier kind of approach.
And just like the idea of him being lost in Creature's Labyrinth forever is fitting because it mirrors how his whole life is destroyed by his obsession with that creature.
Yes, that makes sense.
He like is a foil to Carl in that he also has a thing he can never move on from, which is that he was accused of being a fraud for bringing back the skeleton of this creature, so he obsessively tries to capture a live one for the rest of his life.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I think I might have liked that better.
Yeah.
Several other endings for Muntz were considered, including one where Muntz would redeem himself after talking to Carl, one where he got his foot tangled in the balloons, was pulled up into the air, and one where he ran to the house to grab what he thought was Kevin, but was actually just another balloon, and was followed by his dogs, with their combined weight causing the house to fall. Okay, here's a very interesting one. The first draft was set against the background of a war between a sky kingdom and a terrestrial kingdom, and the heroes were two brothers who fell to the ground and found a magic bird. So, that is an incredibly different film from what we ended up with.
Yeah, it's like a totally different movie. I don't know.
Only the rare exotic bird part remains in the final.
Sure, yeah.
Film.
That's interesting.
It was speculated by Disney fans the name of Charles Muntz as the villain was a jab at the producer Charles Mintz, who infamously screwed over Walt Disney when he's working on the silent Oswald the Lucky Rabbit cartoons. But the Pixar staff responded to this by claiming it was a complete coincidence. They would say that, though, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would, either way, but I'm not familiar with any Charles Mintz, so either way, yes.
Yeah. Yes, that's a whole story in itself. I should have researched it more, I guess. I know that, like, if that hadn't happened, you may never have had the creation of Mickey Mouse.
Sure, yes. A beloved character.
Yes. Yeah, superior to Donkey Kong, of course.
Superior to that's yep.
Montage at the beginning has a scene where Carl and Ellie decide to have a baby, but then we cut to the hospital where the doctor explained that something, and the Pixar creators confirmed that what happened is that she did suffer a miscarriage and became infertile as a result of that.
Yeah, that's quite dark. Yeah, for Pixar or Disney movie.
Yes.
But I guess they never outright say it. But yeah, that makes sense.
Yes.
That's one of those things where an adult would understand, but a kid would only understand that something was wrong. So it's like really neat for the plot.
From just the visuals, it's possible that she was just infertile in general, and like there was no miscarriage part of it. That's kind of what's like revealed by the filmmakers weighing in there.
Very possible.
That there is most definitively a miscarriage, so that's wonderful. Yeah, so
yes.
I do appreciate that the like overall message of it is that even though in many ways they didn't get to do what they wanted to, like they never got to go to Paradise Falls together and they never got to have a child, their life was still had a lot of meaning to it. It was its own adventure as Ellie winds up sort of putting it.
Yes. Yes. I think it's a kind of a more real attempt at like a real look at the relationship and lives of two people, as opposed to being like a perfect fairy tale. Which, of course, some of the movie's conflict comes from that, so it needs to have some imperfection in there.
Yes, the Pixar, maybe that kind of fits in line with some of the more like intellectual material that Pixar sometimes is known for.
Sure, yeah.
Compared to some of the more idealistic stuff you find in Disney's movies.
Yes. I watched the trailer that was posted for the new one.
And how did you feel about that?
Yeah, I don't know. I regret watching the trailer.
It looked pretty annoying. I have a hope that it's a case of bad trailer editing, and the final movie will turn out to be a little better than the trailer makes it look.
Sure. Yeah, the movie. I mean, the premise is very silly. But like, who cares? That doesn't inherently mean it's a bad movie. But yes, it looked like it will be annoying based on the trailer. So hopefully not. But I mean, I won't watch it either way. I don't even watch the good, Pixar movies.
Yes.
So.
You haven't seen Luca yet, which is.
I have not seen Luca. Yeah.
Well, yes,
I've been to that part of Italy, so I feel like that's the same experience.
Oh, sure, yes. But have you ever had a gay childhood romance? Because that's the other part of the experience that Luca portrays.
Yeah, not that I remember, so that's fair enough.
Yeah, so it's kind of the Turning Red or whatever is actually kind of conceptually similar to Luca, isn't it? Where she transforms into a different like creature and can't always control that, and is like facing some degree of social anxiety as a result of it.
Mm.
So you could also, I guess, accuse Pixar of like creative stagnation of a certain kind. But Luca himself is a much more like low presence character than the trailer makes the main character just Turning Red look, which is what bothered me a little bit. How like over the top and slightly annoying she seemed.
Yeah, I feel like that her being over the top is intended, like part of the character. So.
Yeah, this might not be appealing to everyone.
Right.
Alright, well, back to the fun
Yes.
facts for Up, of course. So, Doug the Dog line, I just met you and I love you, came from Bob Peterson's experience as a camp counselor. One of his campers said that to him.
Okay, that's cute. Yes.
Yes. So, apparently the Tepe or flat mountains and waterfalls in Paradise Falls are actually found in Venezuela, and the country's Angel Falls are the highest waterfall in the world.
Cool.
Yeah, some immaculate research from Pixar as usual.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Up was the very first animated film and the first 3D, as in, like 3D glasses 3D film.
Yeah.
To ever open the Cannes Film Festival.
Wow.
When the film was over, the festival audience remained completely silent, but during a panel at the 2011 D23 Expo, John Lasseter said that it was the actress Tilda Swinton who broke the silence by applauding and leading the audience into a standing ovation. So, yes, I think this sort of story about like how you'll inevitably get old and lose everything you love probably is more of a match for pretentious French movie festival-going audiences than a lot of what Disney or Pixar's movies deal with.
Sure.
Makes sense.
That's interesting. Does the movie how does the movie end that it would warrant a silent reaction unless you hated it? I guess I don't
It's
know.
a very happy ending. Really, he learns to move on and has a life with the kid's name that I keep forgetting.
Something maybe just nobody wanted to clap, but then they saw Tilda Swinton clap, and they're like, "Oh, let's."
Quite possibly, yes.
Although I don't know, standing applause is a bit extreme, so they probably did actually like it.
On May 26, 2009, Disney attached balloons to the roof of one Edith Macefield's house in the Seattle neighborhood of Ballard, Washington. She was also fighting a construction development system, and her house does still stand, so she kind of won that fight.
Yes, so
People
yeah.
wanted to buy out her house. That's the same thing is happening to Carl at the start of the movie.
Right. Yeah, I remember that from. That is literally like what I've seen.
That's why he runs away. They try to get him accused of being senile and send him to a group home, basically, so that they can get his house. And he just, out of spite, really flies his house away with the balloons instead. In the German dub version, Doug is distracted by a cat, not a squirrel, due to the word cat or Katze being shorter than the world's first squirrel, which is Eichhornchen.
Okay.
Yes. Usually I skip dub-related facts out of principle, but I thought that one was interesting enough to be worth including.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. We bought. My parents went to Germany and bought some cat treats for my cat, and they
Did
were
they
called.
say Katze on them?
Yes, cats and sticks.
Oh.
They were
Yes.
sticks. He did not like them, but it was.
Oh.
Yeah.
German is known for its love of compound words, of course. So
Yes.
I am.
Somebody posted. This is a fun one. I remember. I'll look. Sorry, what you're gonna say while I'm looking it up because I don't remember.
I was just saying, I'm sure the cats and sticks was all one word.
Yeah, it was. Yes. I don't remember where I've seen this. It's gonna be hard to find, but like somebody mentioned, it was in a Reddit thread a while ago, and like the German word. There's no German word for like. I think in World of Warcraft there's like leather you can get for like demons called like fiend leather or something like that, and it's in German. It's called like hellbat leather or something, but the word for bat is like flying mouse, and like there's some other like some of those are also compounds, which makes it like,
yeah.
like a quintuple compound word, like
Yes.
flying mouse from hell skin or something.
Yeah. That's actually not that unusual in the German language, from what I
No.
understand.
No. Yeah, all the same. I'm not a German expert, but yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. It's one of the most like commonly known characteristics of the language is the fascination with compound words, and it's very free form too. So you're kind of free to invent new ones if you feel the need to do
That's
so.
fun.
So
I know they capitalize nouns, which is how you can spot a German who's even typing in English. Sometimes I've noticed this. Basically, anytime if I read a paragraph and they're capitalizing all the nouns, it's a German. That's basically the rule.
Yeah.
Not every German does this, but when someone does it, they are likely German. I guess that's the moral. Yeah.
Do you think there were any like World War II spies in America or Britain that got screwed over by that? Found out because of that?
I hope not. That's a pretty easy thing to not do if you're trained as a spy. But maybe.
They got really drunk and wrote a letter in their alter ego or something and forgot and capitalized all the letters.
Could be.
Okay. We're near the end of my up facts now, but this is the film debut of Jordan the Guy, who voices Russell. Originally, his older brother Hunter was auditioning for the part, along with about 400 other children, and the guy simply came along with him. But he stood out because he would not stop talking, and directors or the filmmakers realized that he had the same personality and mannerisms they envisioned for Russell.
Cool.
So, one of the rare cases where being really, really annoying actually gets you a job.
Yeah. Yes. I do find. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, you should go first. I think in this case.
I find it's always interesting to hear about people getting, like actors especially, like getting a job just accidentally, or it's like some nobody that comes in and they're like perfect for that role and they get famous. I think it's kind of neat.
Well, that's what I was going to say too. Is I can't remember the exact details, but I know that the character of Pudge from Catstone Dance, they got the actor for something similar to that. Like I think like some of the filmmakers are having lunch and a kid selling newspapers on the street was there, and they just like, realized he had the exact voice they wanted and went and recruited him or something along those lines.
Fun.
Yes. Okay. This is my very last fun fact. When a younger Charles Muntz speaks to a large audience that he will return with Beast Alive, everyone is wearing a hat. But what you can't see off screen is that they didn't model the rest of the body, so he's just speaking to a sea of floating hats.
Oh, okay. saving rendering time.
Yes, classic Pixar.
Classic. Yes. Did you know that in Ratatouille, none of the characters have toes?
Yes, I did.
Aside from the rats, I guess, because they're barefoot.
I think that's the quintessential Pixar fact.
Yes. But that is interesting.
Yes. I think our next Pixar facts will be for Toy Story 3.
Okay. I'm curious. I've Toy Story is like one of the only series we've talked about where I've seen like all of them, like that has quite a few movies, and I've seen all of them except I have not seen 4. So that's the first new Toy Story movie to me. What did you think? I guess, have you seen Toy Story 4?
Toy Story 4?
Yeah.
Yes, I really liked it actually. I was pleasantly surprised by it because I thought it seemed like since Toy Story 3 had closed off the series so definitively, it felt like a cash cow. But they kind of made the movie about that, which I thought was interesting and a good way to approach it if you had to make a 4th Toy Story.
Okay. Alright. Cool.
So it was an example of Toy Story, like how Toy Story continues to examine its premise with each movie.
Right, yeah. Toy Story is definitely a strong running series that has not been marred by commercialization.
Not too badly, anyway.
Not too badly, I suppose. Yeah, I guess.
The existence of Toy Story 4 itself kind of is that, but like I said, I think they did a good job of it, all things considered.
Even, I mean, Toy Story 3 was already that, I guess. But...
Arguably, yeah. Toy Story 2 did not have as, like, definite of an ending as Toy Story 3 did, though.
Yeah, but when you come back to a series after that many years, it's like, okay, what do we have that can make money? That's how I think of it, at least.
Yeah.
Maybe that wasn't the case, but yeah. Can't wait for Toy Story 5.
They're making a TV series thing, and they did announce Lightyear, which is like...
Oh yeah, I forgot about Lightyear.
It looks better than Turning Red, I'll say that.
Well, yeah, did you ever watch the Buzz Lightyear cartoon?
Yes, I only had the movie. We talked about it a little bit.
Oh yeah, we did talk about that, yes. Yeah, the show was good. The show was not as good as the movie, obviously. It's funny, like, as a kid, you watch, like, a movie, and then you watch the show, and it looks the same to me, right? Identical. When you watch it as an adult, it's like, oh, it's obvious the show is, like, lower quality because they had less budget, which makes sense. But it's funny, like, I didn't notice it. But I think at some point a while ago, I watched, like, clips from the show and from the movie, and, like, the movie is, like, if I remember correctly, the movie is obviously better animated and that kind of thing, which, again, makes sense.
In general, film animation tends to be much better than TV animation because there's, like, that more focused budget onto a lower overall runtime. But yes, okay, I just demoed the spell Radiant, and it does actually give us a larger field of vision. I'm using a torch stick.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks like you can see. I don't know how it's lighting up past walls, but that's okay.
Yeah. There's a very simple programming reason for it, basically, that it lights up a set area.
Sure. No ray tracing.
No. That's a little ahead of this game's time.
I wonder if you could turn ray tracing on and then play it if it would.
Well, that was funny. I was looking at a guide for the SNES version of this, and they said that you can just disable in an emulator. You can just disable the darkness layer and not have to have the torches or the radiant spell at all.
That's funny. I mean, it's a gameplay mechanic. Keep it. So how have we been progressing in the game here?
Well, I've kind of just been grinding because I forgot all the, like, plot development stuff. But it's fine. Like, we would be grinding for the most part. I know that the next thing I have to do is go into a dungeon, or I don't know if it's the next thing, but one thing I have to do is go into a dungeon and get the silver harp, which I can then trade for the Staff of Rain.
I remember you mentioned wanting to get to level 9, and you're there now, so...
Yeah. I'm probably going to continue to grind even further to try and get some of the higher level equipment that's for sale here.
Sure, and you have a lot of podcasts, so...
Yeah. We'll probably call the stream relatively soon.
Metal one.
Yeah, actually, in this case, metal scorpions are just like a normal enemy, and it's only metal slimes that give really high amounts of experience, as it turns out.
Lame. All right.
Yes.
But they gave you 35 gold. That's quite a bit. I don't know if that's more or less than enemies around here. I didn't see.
I think it's less than the wolves.
Oh, okay. Damn, you got blocked.
Yes. It's always frustrating how running away is an RNG thing in RPGs like this.
Yes. Pokemon. This is an example I'm aware of.
Yes. Yes, I wanted to sort of talk briefly about like plans for the future streams, I guess.
Okay.
I think we will finish this game if that's all right, and then we'll go to your next game, Aliens vs Predator, and then if you'll indulge me, I'll do 2 games before we go back around to you, which will be Limbo and Inside, which will each be 1 session. So
yeah, sure, that's fine. We can even I don't know how we want to do AVP because I don't remember. It's 3 campaigns. I don't remember if each one is like short or if each one is like a decent game length. So we could even split it. But we'll see. I'm happy to. I'm happy to do that.
That'll be something that we should probably decide once we started playing that game and can see.
Yep. I'll see how far I get.
See how long each campaign takes, I guess.
Yeah.
This game probably won't take more than like 2 or 3 more sessions if I have to guess.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. I don't think if I remember correctly, the campaigns are not long. But it's been so long since I played it.
I guess it would be a very big game if it was 3 of them and they were all like a normal game length.
It would be a big game. So it would be either. I don't remember it being like super padded. So and I don't like. I'm trying to think through the campaign and like what happens in it, and it seems like it's short in my brain. So anyway, but yeah, that we'll do that. We'll decide how long we're gonna do that, and then you can do as many games as you want. I don't care. Well, 2 is good, especially them being short. I don't actually care if we take like strict turns or whatever. So
okay, yes.
You did Mother for like forever, so
true. Yes, and we did Mother 2 straight into Mother 3.
We did, yeah. So.
See, but I choose to conveniently forget that because it benefits me if I get to play more of my games. No, I'm only kidding. I also do not care very much if we take strict turns or anything like that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan, and then we'll continue the TMP complaints thing, I guess, next week because I'm out for the rest of the week.
Yeah, we'll probably get around to this game. Like, we probably won't play this one again until next Tuesday either for the same reason, right?
Yeah. I'm flying out tomorrow, and then Thursday's Thanksgiving, and I'm probably busy the rest of the week anyway. Even if.
Yes.
But so that's totally fine.
Well, maybe we'll call it right about now, then. I'll show off this wonderful item, the wings, that will just teleport you back to the castle from anywhere in the world.
Oh, nice.
Which is also the only place in the world you can save. Alright, so before we end, what was your first impression of Dragon Quest 1 then?
It's old as fuck. You know what? I really appreciate I forget the name. Superbass and Shiba for joining, especially Superbass really gave us a lot of detail about this game and elucidated us to the fact that there is a community that loves this game and plays the randomizer and speedruns and all that kind of thing. If it was just you and me, I think like I respect it for its time for the 80s. This is very advanced. But yeah, I mean it does a lot of things that are like objectively better in newer games, I would say. And
yes. Even if we compare it to the first Mother game, I would argue that like that game is much better in a variety of ways, but even then it's important to keep in consideration that for 80s games, 3 years of technological progress is a huge deal. So
Yes, yeah, this game I'm sure was very 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 cool. I mean, people still like it as we learned today, but yeah, really cool for its time. So yeah, I respect it. Glad you're showing it. It'll be interesting to see if you play future games how things improve over time, similar
yes.
to Mother.
Well, I was thinking of doing Dragon Quest is conveniently split into trilogies. So we could, if I were to play one game of each trilogy, we get that would be helpful for getting like an insight into how the series changes as time goes
Yeah,
on. So I was
that'd be cool.
thinking maybe what I do is after Inside, I'll do like Dragon Quest 5 and then Dragon Quest 8, which I think are like
Okay.
these standout games of that, and then maybe sometime way later down the line we'll revisit some of the other ones too.
Sure. Yeah. That sounds like a good plan for now.
All right.
So
Well, until then, we'll see you guys. So the schedule as of now is Hybrid and Rain. We'll be back tomorrow for a stream of Splinter Cell, is it?
yeah, Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, the best one. So that should
Yes.
be very exciting. I think I'm correct. Ram is playing with hybrid commenting or just hanging out. Although there is a co-op mode, so if you guys get that working, I think hybrid was. Is hybrid still here? Yeah, you're still here. No, he is. He's just quiet. I don't know if he's actually here, but
He
he's in the
hadn't said
channel.
anything
So
for a long
anyway,
time, so I assumed he was.
I was like,
gone.
"Am I talking for you?" Well, yeah, Splinter Cell tomorrow, and then
That'll be it for TMP for the week, I think.
yeah,
And then
for
we'll
the
come
week,
back
yeah.
with because of American Thanksgiving. We'll
Right,
come
not
back
Canadian
with
Thanksgiving,
no.
which is in October.
Yes.
Or no, it's not October. Is it October?
You know what? I don't even know. I think it's September.
Maybe it's February. Shit. Yeah,
Possibly.
whatever.
But yes, and then next week we'll be back on Tuesday with this game again, and then probably like Thursday maybe this game again, and Friday with the IGN complaining thing. So if you're just looking out for one of those things, and now you know when to look for it, I guess.
Yes, unless we change the day or the time and not tell
Yes,
anybody.
which could very easily happen.
And Canadian Thanksgiving is in October. So
Okay, that's
thanks
just how much
everyone
I know.
thanks everyone for joining.
Yes.
See you guys.